Good afternoon, everybody. This is the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee. I am chairman of the committee, Councilman Isaac Gitzi-Schleifer. To my left is Councilwoman Odette Ramos. We have some other colleagues who will be joining us momentarily, but we will begin with our first bill, which is 22-0275, Ethics Conforming Changes. And without further ado, I'll turn it over to you, Chris, if you want to speak on this bill and what it does. You can come up to the mic if you want, it's probably easier.
Chairman Schleifer, City Council, whoever is here. The current bill has been in the works for a long time. The city is under state obligation by statute to bring the city ethics code into sync with the state ethics code. And
I'm sorry, if you can just state your name and title for the record.
J. Christoph Amberger, I'm the ethics director. And so again, this is a bill that the council does not have a whole lot of wiggle room because it is a state mandated bringing the city code into sync with the state ethics code. And there are a number of smaller provisions that probably will not have a meaningful effect on, or I don't want to say meaningful, but not a discernible effect on matters that usually come before the ethics board. They expand a number of reportable provisions. The main part of this bill is that the ability of city agencies to raise funds to go out and ask for or solicit donations for specific programs will be eliminated. The current provisions really only prohibit the solicitations from funds directly from controlled donors, meaning people who are in a contractual relationship with the city or have a business interest with the city. However, the exemptions will remain in place, so agency may still, raise funds for official government programs and activities or city-endorsed charitable functions or activities. That has been the case for many of the solicitation applications that we have received in the past, but when such solicitation comes before the board, it probably would need to address those specific exemptions, why it should be heard by the ethics board. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Just on your last thing, who determines what is city endorsed?
That is a good question, and that would be probably best addressed by the city council, what the mechanism of that is. It is a difficult decision to be made by the board. It could become maybe a point that the Board of Estimates can decide or address when hearing a submission for a particular program or fundraising effort, because the approval of the Board of Estimates remains the predicate of the ethics board even hearing the petition for waiver.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Any questions? All right.
All right. Thank you very much.
Questions. Thank you very much. And we will come back and vote on this once we have a quorum. You're welcome to stay as long as you'd like, but you don't have to. Next up, we'll move on to the next hearing, 24-0559 for the Francis Scott Key Bridge actions and remedies. I will call up Daniel Schwartz to speak on behalf of the law department and the administration on what this bill is about, or what we need it for, and what they plan to do. Thank you. It's not on. There.
We good?
Yep.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Schwartz. I'm from the law firm DiCello Levitt. We are representing the city of Baltimore as outside counsel in their litigation that arose out of the Key Bridge disaster. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have here today about this bill, which exists in order to protect Baltimore's damages claims that may arise as this litigation progresses, including damages which may exist for so-called pure economic losses. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have about this bill.
Gotcha. And so are you guys the sole firm representing the city on this?
No, we are partnered up with another law firm called Saltzman and Galusi, and of course we are working very closely with the solicitor's office as we continue forward in the case.
Okay. So, and this, when did you guys start? When were you retained by the city?
You know, I don't know the exact date. I would say we were retained approximately 2 to 3 weeks after the elision, after the disaster on March 26th.
Okay. Gotcha. Is this a specific like retainer, or are you guys paid on performance of the recovery?
I don't typically discuss the arrangements that we have. If you'd like me to, I can tell you, but
I mean, usually they're public record. Is there a reason why the law department doesn't want that? Oh, they're not? Okay, you don't have to answer that then.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Councilwoman Ramos, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if this action that we're taking would also include making sure that, obviously the law department is getting permission from us to go ahead with these actions. That's why we have to pass a bill. And I just wanted to understand that these actions, to be able to recover losses because of, obviously the incident that occurred and all of the costs that have caused the city, right? So it would be, the bridge, the emergency responders, all of the above. So you're really going for all of those in damages?
Absolutely. I think the goal of this piece of legislation, and certainly the goal of our litigation, irrespective of this legislation, is to recover every piece of economic loss that can be attributable to this action. And that is beyond just a first responder appearing the day that this occurred. It reverberates throughout, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but reverberates throughout the city's economy. And every single dollar that the city has had to spend and that it will be costing the city in the future should be recovered from those responsible. And I would say this litigation is dedicated towards that, and this bill is.
Okay, so that would also include, since some businesses had to be shut down for 8-9 weeks, and whatever economic damage that had occurred, all the way from the workers to, whatever economic reverberation that may have had.
Well, I want to be careful. I would say this bill is for the city of Baltimore, what the city of Baltimore can recover, right? So, but yes, I would say, I would suggest that these are economic damages that were suffered and will be suffered by the city of Baltimore as well. If a business closes and stops paying taxes, this is cost.
Well, the other thing is I want to make sure that the families of the workers who died also get everything that they deserve.
Absolutely.
And I would imagine that they're being represented separately. But those are also, they should really be part of this puzzle so that those families are able to get what they need, and that we send a really strong message that, any ship that's in our ports needs to be operable so that this kind of thing doesn't happen and more people don't die.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And I will say the litigation at where it is at its stage right now, it's very still early days, but the next immediate step in the litigation will be, I think, something that every claimant, every victim, whether it's the state, the city, these individuals, we'll be working to show that what the defendants did, what they did, was put a bad boat in the water, and that they are therefore responsible for what happened. And I agree with you. I think everyone deserves to be fully recompensed.
So we're just going after the boat company and all those above. We're not going after, like, I actually think that the company that hired those workers is partially the problem too. Not that they wouldn't have been they wouldn't have known that this was going to happen,
Yeah.
but there were some safety precautions that were not in place during that time.
I would say from the city of Baltimore is not suing, for instance, the people who, as I understand it, hired those workers, those companies. Yeah, right now the lawsuit, the claim that we have filed is for damages against Grace Ocean, et cetera, Synergy, the owner operator of the boat, of the ship.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
Councilman Torrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Without getting into litigation strategy, we do intend to challenge their limited liability petition.
Yes, we're in the process of it. Yes.
And then are we calculating our damages, potentially the lost tax revenue that we lost from the port being shut down as well?
I would say that would be part of the pure economic losses.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Although I don't want to limit it in any way, but yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Shorts.
Thank you very much. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, next up, we are going to jump into some executive appointments. We'll start with EA 24-0242, Shannon Harris. You gotta hit, there you go, now it's on.
Okay.
If you can just introduce yourself, your name, and a little bit about your background and why you want to serve on the Civilian Review Board.
Sure. I'm Shannon Harris. My background is professionally in nursing. I specifically work in the behavioral health space. Moved to Baltimore 4 years ago after my husband retired. So this from the military. So this is the longest I've lived in any one location. We decided to call it home, bought a house, started looking for a way that I could volunteer and contribute to the community outside of my little neighborhood, and saw the posting or the recruitment for the need to staff the Civilian Review Board. I, again, work in behavioral health. I'm passionate about social determinants of health. Because my neighborhood happens to be safe doesn't mean that all neighborhoods are safe. And my community is only as healthy as all of my community members. And so if I can sit on this board and help hear civilian complaints about potential police misconduct, how that impacts those neighborhoods where this occurs, then I want to raise my hand and do that.
All right. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time. We'll move on to the next
Thank you.
nominee. EA 24-0243, Aaron Mabin.
How's everybody doing?
You can lift it up if you like.
Oh, yes. How you guys doing tonight?
How are you?
Oh, introduce?
Yeah, just I'm sorry. Just go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about your background, and then tell us why you're interested in serving on the Civilian Review Board.
Okay. So my name is Aaron Mabin. I am a son of the city, born and raised here on the west side. For the last, I I would say, 10 years or so. I've been a grassroots organizer here in the city of Baltimore. I've been in our school system. I've helped to draft legislation along the lines of police accountability, working with several of our policymakers in the past. I've served with many of the grassroots organizations that organize along those lines, and I have relationships with many of the people in that process. And this is something that is near and dear to my heart. Is something that is very important, you know, in terms of the youth that I serve, in terms of the communities that I serve, and it's something that I feel like I would be a great fit for, you know. So I'm very willing and eager to help in any way that I can.
Well, thank you for your willingness to serve. Do we have any questions from the council? We're all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Not yet, but probably later. He gets finished at 6 o'clock. He gets finished at 6 o'clock.
All right, so we're going to hold off on the next EA. Will be coming a little bit later, who's currently right now teaching. So the committee said that we will allow his nomination to be heard at a later time this evening. And so when he does come, depending on where we are in the schedule, we'll fit him in so we can quickly hear that nomination. And that's EA 24-0240, Ronnie Brown. We also do have one withdrawal. The administration withdrew EA 24-0239, Haki Shakur Amai, so that nominee will not be proceeding. And so we will hear Mr. Brown when he arrives. In the meantime, our next hearing will be at 5 p.m. And so the committee will be in recess until that time. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. This is the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee. We will be holding a hearing on LO 24-0064. I'm Isaac Gitzi-Schleifer, Chair of the committee. To my right is Councilman Glover. To my left is Councilman Cohn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Councilwoman Ramos, and Councilman Torrance, and Councilman Stokes. Before we get started, the committee, we'd like to take a moment of silence for Mr. Ronald Silver before we begin. Thank you. Last month's OIG report highlighted the deplorable working conditions our coworkers at DPW face every day. Worker safety in the delivery of city services is the most basic responsibility of all city agencies. Taking care of our workers is not only the right thing to do, it's good for business. When employees are treated well and compensated fairly, they treat the customers they serve in kind. All taxpayers and residents of Baltimore are customers who deserve great customer service from their local government. And the way that we make that happen is to improve working conditions, morale, and compensation for those doing this important work. I want to thank the mayor and my colleagues for all working together to secure tens of millions of dollars towards long-term improvements at the DPW facilities. We must also come together to make short-term improvements as well to improve these working conditions today. I just want to cover some ground rules for this hearing. There is an ongoing investigation, and therefore we're going to be cognizant of that and not ask any questions that may compromise the integrity of that investigation. And should anybody ask anything that cannot be answered publicly or cannot be answered at all at this time, we will respect that response. Tonight's hearing is also a very emotional and intense hearing for a lot of us. And so we have Terry Hill from EAP here on site. Thank you, Ms. Hill. And so anybody who needs any support can go and speak to Ms. Hill. The order of this hearing, the way that it's going to work, like every hearing, is we'll have different presentations. We're going to start with the family we're going to start with Miss Faith Johnson, Mr. Ronald Silver's family members. We're going to then move on to the OIG's office, followed by the Department of Public Works, followed by our unions and workers. And then we will be taking public testimony at the end. Everybody who is here who would like to speak will have an opportunity to do so. I ask that you sign up on the charts at the back of the room that look like this and just indicate that you would like to testify. And everybody who does sign up will be given that opportunity to testify this evening. So I would like to start by calling up the family of Mr. Ronald Silver to say a few words. And you just have to hit the right button until your microphone lights up red. And you could also pull it down to bring it closer. There you go. If you don't mind, just start off by introducing yourself, your name.
Hi, my name is Faith Johnson, and I am the mother of Ronald Edward Silver II. I am accompanied by both of his paternal and maternal aunts, his fiance. His brothers are up in the gallery upstairs. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys can't hear me. Start over. Okay. Hi, my name is Faith Johnson. I am the mother of Ronald Edward Silver II. I am accompanied by both his maternal and paternal aunts, his fiance, his brothers, as they're in the gallery, and his son. They're here with us as well today. I appreciate you for allowing us this opportunity to speak. My son Ronald was the pillar and foundation of our family. He was everything. My firstborn, my oldest, my favorite first. I told him that every chance I could. This pain is indescribable, and it is not anything I would wish on my worst enemy. I wake up every day still at 4:30 in the morning, expecting him to greet me as he did every morning before he went to work, picking up trash to provide for his family. He was our provider and our protector, and he is gone. And nothing that we do today or tomorrow can bring him back. I'm still grateful that you are doing this because we need answers. The family needs answers, and the public needs answers. The people he has left behind, his children, his mother, his father, his fiance, all of us. We all deserve answers. I just pray that you guys don't play politics with my son's life. It was already taken. You are here to do your job because other people didn't do theirs. And I understand that. Of course, I'm angry. I'm devastated. But I'm going to turn pain. We, as a family, will turn that pain into purpose. And that purpose has to be to do what was supposed to be done before my son died, before Ronald died, with the hope that no other family need suffer pain like this. No other family need lose your father, their son, just because he wanted to provide for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, and sorry for your loss.
Good evening, Chairman Schleifer and the Honorable Committee. My name is Matt Neal. I'm the Deputy Inspector General for the OIG. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Inspector General, who is unable to attend tonight due to prior travel arrangements. I am a lifelong city resident, and I'm about to begin my 5th year with the office. Our office conducts investigations involving fraud, waste, and abuse, which can include regulatory, compliance, safety, and health aspects. The complaints we receive on our hotline from the public and employees generate our investigations. We are truly grateful for the support that our office receives from the citizens, the city's employees, and the city council. We are an independent office funded by taxpayer dollars. We do not work for the mayor or DPW. We work for the public. DPW employees are responsible for some of the most challenging work in city government. They are the driving force behind trash collection and maintaining clean streets for the city's citizens. They have always faced extreme weather conditions in the summer and in the winter. This summer, the Baltimore City Health Department issued code red heat alerts for numerous days. Between June and August 2024, our investigation learned that several DPW workers have reported heat-related illnesses. On August 2nd, Mr. Ronald Silver II passed away while serving the city on the back of a DPW truck. The medical examiner's office determined that he passed away due to heat exhaustion. Our office expresses our deepest sympathies to his family and his loved ones. Today, I will share a chronological summary of the reports our office has issued related to employee safety and poor working conditions. The full reports can be found on our website at inspector-general.baltimorecity.gov. It is important to note that our investigation has not stopped. It remains open and ongoing, but due to the confidential nature, we cannot provide any updates or current details. However, we are committed to completing our investigation thoroughly and timely, and will be releasing the findings to the public. Transparency is an important pillar to the OIG mission, and our findings will be made available to the public. Our office received a complaint on June 5th, 2024, alleging DPW work conditions were dangerous for employees and there was a lack of water and ice at the Western Sanitation Yard in Cherry Hill. 2 special agents from our office visited the Cherry Hill Yard on June 6th. Findings included the ice machine had not been working for over a year, and the employee locker room did not have air conditioning or fans. On June 14th, the agents went out on a trash route where they met with Cherry Hill Yard employees. The high temperature for that day was 92 degrees. The employees told the agents they had not been given water, ice, or Gatorade during their shift, and the air conditioning in the vehicle was not working. Our office wrote a safety referral to DPW management on June 20th, requesting a response indicating what actions were taken to address the complaint. DPW responded on June 26th. DPW noted a list of measures that would be taken, including the main office trailer at the Cherry Hill Yard would be used as a cooling station. A temporary air conditioning unit would be installed in the locker room area. Gatorade and moisture wear t-shirts were ordered for extreme heat days. After DPW's response, the OIG continued to receive complaints. On July 10th, the Inspector General and a senior special agent went to the Cherry Hill Yard shortly before 6 a.m. That day, temperatures reached 95 degrees. When they arrived, there was no evidence that ice or water bottles were delivered to the yard and made available to the early shift employees. Employees reported that water bottles were delivered to the yard in a trash can full of ice the day before. The OIG found the trash can. The ice inside the trash can was melted and the water bottles were warm at 6 a.m. The ice machine was not working and the parts delivered for repairs were located inside a box in the superintendent's office. The locker room was hot and humid with no cool airflow. The thermostat screen was missing and the temporary portable air conditioning unit was not blowing any air. The Inspector General found all cold water sink faucets in the locker room were running hot water. The Inspector General and senior agent inspected the main trailer that DPW said would be used as a cooling station. They found that the main trailer's AC had stopped working a few weeks before. While temporary AC units were installed and set to 65 degrees, the trailer's thermostats read 83 degrees and 85 degrees. These temperatures were observed between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. before the outside temperature rose higher. Additionally, the water fountains were not working in the cooling area. Due to the critical conditions observed, our office released the findings a few hours after the site visit. Because of additional complaints alleging poor working conditions within other DPW facilities, the OIG agents visited 9 other DPW facilities the morning of July 16th. Later on July 16th, DPW provided a second response. They wrote that administrative staff were relocated until permanent repairs could be made to the HVAC system. DPW reported that bottled water and Gatorade are always located on site and secured in a locked area so that supplies are monitored and not used for unintended purposes. Supervisors are responsible for restocking bins that are accessible to employees throughout the day. DPW stated they could not identify the sink that the Inspector General found to be producing hot water from a cold faucet. DPW also wrote that each year they take proactive actions to prepare for summer temperatures, including placing an order for lightweight, breathable clothing on June 26 and providing training to educate employees and their supervisors about heat-related illnesses. The order date of June 26 for the clothing and the reported July dates for the supervisor's heat-related training do not support that these were proactive measures. On the morning of July 23rd, the Inspector General visited the Cherry Hill Yard and the Eastern Sanitation Yard at Bowleys Lane with the city administrator to view the facility conditions. Later on July 23rd, we released our findings from the July 16th visits to the 9 locations. During the visits, a few DPW employees reported receiving water since the beginning of summer, while the majority of employees at the various sites stated they only recently began receiving Gatorade. The visits confirmed that some facilities were storing the water and Gatorade supplies in locked rooms or areas inaccessible to employees. At one site, water and Gatorade were stored in a bathroom. Our office recommended that DPW store water and Gatorade in areas where employees have access to what they need. According to the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, also known as OSHA, employers should provide access to additional fluids that contain electrolytes, such as Gatorade. OSHA states that water cannot replace electrolytes, and provided fluids should be cool, stored in a familiar location, and in sufficient quantity for the duration of the work. We found significant HVAC issues and other concerns at 3 facilities. In addition to the HVAC and other issues identified from prior visits to the Cherry Hill Yard, the OIG found a supply of unused coolers in boxes. These coolers reportedly did not fit on the DPW trucks. Our office also reviewed a copy of an engineering firm's inspection report of the Cherry Hill Yard. The report was based on the firm's site visit and photos taken in November 2023. The report was provided to DPW Solid Waste Management in March 2024, detailing missing floor tiles, unreliable HVAC systems, and a missing faucet handle. When the OIG visited the yard 4 months later, the same issues were still present. At the Eastern Sanitation Yard located at Bowley's Lane, the OIG found that the HVAC system in the hallways and locker room areas were not working. Locker room areas were damaged, and employees had to request toilet paper when needed, as no toilet paper was found in bathroom stalls. Our July 23rd report requested that this practice stop immediately. Since then, toilet paper has been placed in the stalls and remained available. At the DPW Special Services and Street Sweeping Building on Kane Street, the OIG found that the HVAC system inside the building was not working. Ceiling tiles were missing, an unsecured hose was connected to the air conditioning unit, and general disrepair in bathrooms was observed. During the site visits, employees also reported that some vehicles do not have air conditioning and frequently need general repairs. Since our report on July 23rd, DPW has provided weekly updates regarding facility improvements, which can be found on our website. DPW employees' jobs are considered essential. Their welfare and work environments should also be considered essential. Now is the time to listen and learn what the overall work environment is like for these workers so that action can follow. Our investigation has always been about more than just water and Gatorade. Our work is continuing. We encourage anyone with relevant information, including current and former employees, to contact our office at 443-984-3690 or by email at oig@baltimorecity.gov. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we'll go over to Director DPW. Director, I want to thank you for your quick response. As soon as we reached out for a hearing date, you immediately got back to us to schedule this hearing, and so appreciate your your response and for your willingness to come before the council today and with such short notice. Thank you. You're going to hit the right button.
Thank you, Chair Schleifer and esteemed members of the City Council for giving us the opportunity to address you today. My name is Khalil Zayed, Acting Director for the Department of Public Works. Join me today are Deputy Director Richard Luna, Solid Waste Bureau Head Craig Jara, and Marcia Collins, who leads our Office of Legislative Affairs. First and foremost, I want to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the health and safety of our employees. This is not just a priority. It's the foundation upon which our work is built. I'm deeply committed to evolving our culture within DPW to ensure that every staff member concerns are heard and addressed with the utmost care and respect they deserve. Almost 3 weeks ago, we experienced a profound loss with the passing of Mr. Ronald Silver II, a church dedicated and valued members of our DPW community. This loss has deeply affected everyone within our agency, our city, and our community. Our thoughts and prayers remain with Mr. Silver, his family, and loved ones during this difficult time. As I stated to the City Council during my confirmation process, I'm deeply invested and rooted in Baltimore. I love the city. I have devoted proudly most of my professional life serving this city and its residents, and I'm honored to be doing it again as the head of DPW. And what you'll see during my tenure in this role is a leader who's deeply invested in the well-being of our workforce. Before we proceed with today's presentation, I want to address one more item. One of the things we all have heard in recent weeks is that there is a cultural issue within the agency. I stand resolutely with Mayor Scott in our commitment to eradicate any behavior that do not meet the standards of Baltimore City. Let me be clear, Any individual who contribute to a poor working environment will not remain as part of our agency. I have reiterated this stance within our leadership team, and I will continue to reinforce this stance as I regularly visit our sites and engage with employees. If any employees feel they are subjected to inappropriate behavior, I encourage you to come directly to me. My door is always open, and I'm dedicated to ensuring that any concerns are investigated and addressed promptly. The well-being of our employees is unequivocally important to me and to the leadership team at DBW. Now, I understand that shifting the culture will not happen overnight. But with the strong focus from myself and the leadership team, it's our collective goal to build a sustainable, supportive environment for all employees. We also appreciate our collaboration with the city labor unions and understand that the important role they play and will always play in helping us achieve these goals. I look forward to strengthening our existing partnership with the unions in the months ahead of this important work. As we address those issues, I also want to keep recognizing and promoting the outstanding work the team performs on a daily basis. We have the hardest working and most dedicated city employees at DBW, and I don't want their efforts diminished by those who do not meet our standards. This is going to be a huge task, but our shared commitment to the city and to the community we will guide us on the road ahead. Today's presentation is going to focus on three things: our training and professional development initiatives, health and safety programs, and finally, updates on our solid waste facilities. Safety and training are largely led between two offices at DBW, both of which lie within the Administration Bureau. The first one is the Office of Environmental Regulatory Compliance and Support, and the second is the Office of Safety, Training, and Professional Development. We have some of the roles for each one of those offices. The primary role for ERCS is to monitor regulatory compliance activities, receive injury/incident reports, conduct investigations, and provide policy change recommendations, conduct safety site assessment, and conduct heat illness prevention training. The primary role for the OSTPD is conduct and perform monthly skill trainings, lead our onboarding programs, hold quarterly professional development sessions, and respond to vehicle accidents. Over the past 2 years, the specific functions for health and safety initiative have shifted to the Office of Environmental Regulatory Compliance and Support. And while we have an active training system, I have also tasked our team to look more comprehensively at our current programs and expand upon them. The team is currently in discussion with the city's Department of Human Resources to develop more customized or tailored trainings for both supervisors and employees. We'll begin and focus on the Bureau of Solid Waste starting next month, and we will refine these trainings that will be rolled out across the agency. My vision for DBW is to become the model agency when it comes to training and professional development. We will continuously refine our approach to build comprehensive and well-developed program that empowers our workforce. This year, we have held 14 heat illness trainings with 517 employees receiving the trainings. Our goal is to ensure that every employee is aware of heat stress hazards and act appropriately to address those hazards. Recently, as many as you are aware, we pivoted our training to focus on those employees whose main role is to work outdoors, similar to the training we held on August 6 for routine services. In June 2024, ERCS also began work on heat illness prevention plan and began creating the framework for a standard operating procedures for work activities when the heat index reaches 80 degrees or higher. As many of you are aware, currently, there are no established federal or statewide guidelines or regulations for work activities in high or extreme heat work conditions. Both sets of plans are still under review and have been shared with MOSH for their comments and feedback. We are in unprecedented times with the climate change and extreme heat. So it's important for us to critically analyze those policies and work with the various stakeholders, such as the unions, to put measures in place that can protect our employees. As I shared directly with some of you last week, to further enhance our health and safety initiative, DBW has engaged and onboarded a firm to conduct a comprehensive review of our occupational health and safety initiative. This includes a thorough review of DBW safety policies, practices, and procedures, specifically as pertain to heat safety. The goal of this independent review process is to generate actionable recommendations that, once implemented, will enhance the health, safety, and overall well-being of our employees. We have also invited our union partners to be part of this evaluation, and we are working to schedule a time for the firm and union to meet to discuss this important topic. We anticipate a final set of recommendations by the end of September, and we're committed to publicly sharing these findings. The next area I want to address is the state of our facilities. Having served in this role now for the past 5 months, and this year, and the years I previously spent in Baltimore working in various agencies, including DGS and the school system, I know firsthand the challenges we encounter with maintaining our facilities. DBW has over 100 buildings or facilities spread across the Baltimore area, many of which are in need of significant improvements. We rely on our sister agencies, DGS, and contractors to help maintain these facilities. And these buildings need a lot of work. I recognize that when an Inspector General published a report last month showing the condition of our solid waste facilities, which are troubling, and highlighted the urgent need for improvements. Our employees, especially those that are performing challenging, essential work that many do not want to do, deserve better conditions. In the past 2 months, in response to the OIG reports, we fixed or repaired non-functioning ice machines, secured additional freezers and backup ice supplies, stockpiled bottled waters and Gatorade at our facilities, and began exploring alternative coolers that our crews can use on their routes. Last month, Chief Administrative Officer Faith Leach, Deputy Director Luna, and DGS Director Berke Attella conducted a site assessment in both the western and eastern sanitation yards where our routine services crews are housed to identify necessary repairs. CEO, Chief Administration Officer Leach directed DGS to make all work orders requests related to the OIG report a top priority. DBW has been documenting these minor improvements and is keeping the OIG apprised of the progress. Before this hearing, I asked Deputy Director Luna to share all progress report with the City Council, which you received yesterday afternoon. The reports show minor improvements we continue to make, such as securing cooling stations and new portable AC units, replacing sinks and faucets, installing new hand soap, paper towels, and toilet paper dispensers, and perform deep cleaning of those facilities. But there's still more to do. To address these challenges long-term, Mayor Scott has made funding these facilities a CIP priority. Over $20 million has been designated for renovating or building new solid waste facilities for our workforce. This is a significant investment reflecting commitment to transporting our facilities and improving working conditions for our employees. The $20 million CIP investment funds a complete transformation of the Western Sanitation Yard, new locker rooms and bathroom facilities at the Eastern Sanitation Yard, and a complete renovations of the Southeastern Yard, which houses street sweeping and special services. I won't spend much time on each of these slides, but the important thing to know is these projects are currently in the design phase, and I have been personally meeting with the project team and the consultants to expedite that work as quickly as possible so that we can begin construction sometime next year. I am deeply invested to ensuring this work progresses at the speed at which workforce deserve and, quite frankly, demands. And I will continue to stay involved in the design phase, construction bid, and award process. In closing, I want to express my deep gratitude to the DBW and DGS staff for their dedicated work on completing the minor repairs at our solid waste facilities and in planning the future major improvements. We are committed to keeping the City Council informed of our progress and making the long-term investment needed to support our workforce. And I'm excited for the road ahead. As I mentioned previously, changing the culture and putting these more robust, comprehensive training programs in place will not happen overnight. At times, they will require us to have hard conversations about what the new standards will be in place for all employees. But you have my commitment that we'll move forward. Thank you for your attention, and we're open to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. First question is from Councilman Glover.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, sending our condolences out to the Silva family. It's great to see still my coworkers over at DPW that are here present today. This really means a lot, not just to me, but I know it means a lot to our coworkers. The question I have is for you, Mr. Director, and it is, what are the terms of the contract with a DC law firm being asked to investigate and provide the evidence that's needed on DPW workplace conditions? I asked who selected this firm, and was this firm also conducted due to the fact from looking at many past practices with this firm? Is it because this firm is a firm that's near and dear to the employer themselves, and they're giving the information that the employer wants to hear? Or is it because we really want to know what are the issues that are really going on within the Department of Public Works Solid Waste? Just want to know what made you make the decision on the firm that we're picking today.
Thank you, Councilman. It's Stephen Salisbury, Deputy City Solicitor, and I'm going to answer that question. I want to say first and foremost, what this third-party review firm was not brought in to do is to defend the city from liability. What this firm was brought on to do is to bring to bear an extensive amount of expertise in industrial hygiene to help us develop recommendations that will be shared publicly before anything is implemented. Specifically, that includes someone who, an industrial hygienist who spent 18 years at a state occupational safety and health agency, during which time he was a member of a union, and bringing to bear not only that expertise, but also marrying it with an expertise on the complicated legal framework around the different regulatory framework around around heat safety. This is a emerging and developing regulatory framework that's evidenced by the fact that there was just last month a standard proposed at the state level, and a standard that's been revealed and I think not yet proposed at the federal level. But again, the goal of this review of this firm is to come in and look at our policies and to help us develop recommendations that will be shared publicly before any decisions are made about what to implement and what not to implement. They are not going to be interfering or in any way impeding the work that is already ongoing by the MOSH, the Maryland Occupational Safety and Health Organization. Same with the Office of Inspector General's investigation. Those will, this is not meant to replace or in any way interfere with that work. This is just to bring to bear in as quickly as possible a firm that had extensive expertise in this very niche area to help us develop, again, recommendations that will be shared publicly before anything is implemented and will be hopefully informed by not only their review of our SOPs, but also engagement with the union, with the council, with any number of external stakeholders, because again, the goal here is to develop the safest and most robust and comprehensive heat safety plan for DPW. And to your question about the engagement agreement, there's a longstanding policy. We do not share engagement agreements with law firms. That is something that would be protected by the attorney-client privilege. We have to be mindful not just of this matter, but other matters where the city goes out and engages a third-party law firm. But again, I want to be as clear as possible that the work that they are here to do is to help us develop recommendations, and it's just that, and to bring to bear expertise and experience in this space.
Okay, and I want to be clear as possible. I'm asking you who chose these individuals to do the investigations? Who chose to do that?
That was me. That was me in working with my team. We looked at a number of different firms, and we ultimately determined, and I take full responsibility for this, the goal was to find someone with extensive expertise, particularly in heat safety, that could hit the ground running in a short period of time, and we felt that this was the best team to do that.
You have no ties to this organization, this company?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so as we move forward, I just wonder, why aren't we taking the approach like the Baltimore City Police Department when we had the mass, shooting over in Brooklyn? The police department, they owned up to it. They did their investigations. I'm wondering why we're not doing that here in DPW. Why are we going outside? We know the answers. We're listening to the employees. They're telling us, what you guys need to hear. Why are we going to an outside agency to do this when we can do it internally and get, right down to the cause of this?
I would just say to that point, I think that the Brooklyn Day after action report is actually a very good model to be looking at. And I think the difference here is this is a relatively specific and niche area that we wanted to bring in that additional expertise. And that's why we're looking to them to help us. But again,
what I'm saying to you is we are the experts. We're telling you what we want. We're telling you what's going on with these agencies. And, it feels like things have fallen on deaf ears. We're going out to get an independent contractor coming to city government to tell us what we already know, if they're going to tell us what we already know.
Well, again, I would just refer to, we will be looking to get engagement with employees and with the unions.
Councilman Cohn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to all the agencies that are here. Thank you to our workers that are here. Thank you especially to the family of Mr. Silver, and our sincere condolences. And, I think this is about respect for our frontline workers, and a respect that frankly has been lacking within this agency for a very, very long time. I want to pick up where my colleague left off. Just some of what is on Con Maciel's website, to me, is concerning and comes from a anti-union, anti-environmental posture that they seem to take. I just want to read one of the things that they brag about is that they represented a construction general contractor in OSHA investigations of fatal construction accidents, raising complex multi-employer worksite citation policy issues at Baltimore Washington International Airport, the Pentagon, and Fort Meade. The result, no citations at any location. This is a firm that represents companies largely trying to push back on OSHA, and from what I can read, weaken heat standards. So I think, to return to my colleague's line of questioning, I am curious, why don't we start with listening to the frontline workers that have consistently pointed out some of the deficiencies in the agency? And I'll turn to you directly, Mr. Director, and I know that you are still relatively new in leading this agency, and I'll just ask, will you commit to working with frontline sanitation workers, their unions, city council members, and the administration to develop these trainings and these protocols that you've been speaking about? Because I think the voice of workers really need to inform the process moving forward.
I want to assure you, and I assure the whole council, that we will be working with the frontliners, we'll be working with the union throughout, because any work that we will do without the unions and the frontline workers, it's not gonna succeed. So those are the people that we're gonna have to work with throughout the process. I wanna add to that also to what the Deputy Solicitor has mentioned. These are simply recommendations. And we're gonna take these recommendations. We hired firms and we fired firms. And what we're gonna take with these recommendations is the recommendations that we're gonna be sharing with the union, we're gonna be sharing with everybody that is involved, include the frontline workers, and make sure whatever outcome is gonna come out of it is the right outcome for our employees.
No, I appreciate that. I will just say again that, these are not new concerns within DPW. In 2022, CUB published a report called Unsafe and Unprotected: How Baltimore is Failing to Protect Worker Safety and Health. I asked you specifically during the budget hearings about worker safety and engaging with frontline workers. I'm curious, since that report was published or since that questioning during the hearing, what has changed within the agency to promote safety, and specifically before the death of Mr. Silver?
The agency have done a lot of work, and we have listed the amount of work that we've done in the past in 2020, 2022, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. I'm talking about training. So we have done, let me look at the number of trainings that we have. Do we have the numbers? So we have done 14 trainings this year. This year we have done 14 trainings, and most of those trainings happen between July 6th to now.
And were those trainings organized, developed, or conducted with the workers as part of that protocol?
Most of these trainings are done for heat and safety related, done by some of our professional people at the agency.
So without the frontline staff included? Just
that is correct.
Okay.
So, listen, as I stated in the beginning, everybody will be given an opportunity to speak, and we'll be here as long as that takes. And so if we can just be respectful of the dialogue, both the questions as well as the answers, so that we can have the opportunity for everybody to hear. Also, this meeting is being live streamed online, as well as will be televised. And so when there's multiple voices being heard at the same time, it just muffles out all of that, and so we don't hear the questions or the answers. So thank you.
I just want to add that we're looking forward to getting moving forward with all the trainings and to see what additional training that we'll need moving forward as well.
I would just ask, and this again is the commitment that I'm hoping to secure tonight, is that moving forward, no trainings are rolled out or developed without input from frontline workers, CUB, AFSCME, City Council, and all impacted stakeholders.
We can assure you of that. That's moving forward will involve everybody in the training moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Stokes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at these pictures from the OIG. These pictures are not new. The walking environment with that nasty looking sink. My question is, DPW sanitation workers during COVID, they couldn't even take a shower. They either didn't have a shower or the showers didn't work. Nobody acknowledged those guys and those women in DPW sanitation. We talked about the doctors and the nurses, but they had to take COVID home to their family. I made sure they had lunch because they doing work nobody in this city would do. But they constantly get beat up talking about, I ain't get my trash picked up. They ain't pick up my recycling. Well, when you got a shortage, they working triple overtime. And that's probably what happened to that young man that we talking about condolences. That ain't bringing him back. We should not be sitting in here because somebody passed away. My question is, was any email sent to any agency about these concerns? And if they were, did they get answered? If they didn't, we need to find out as a council what question. This ain't just happened overnight. Some of these concerns had to go to some of these agencies about the safety of these workers in this city. I want to know, were any emails sent out? If they were, why they wasn't responded? Again, we should not be sitting here because that young man passed away. This stuff right here, if I worked there, I wouldn't go either. There's no morale when you gotta walk into a space like that. No air conditioning, nasty sink, nasty bathrooms. Now what we doing, we reactive now. This is a reaction. As bad as this was, how do you now get a new air conditioner, new sink? I mean, that's unbelievable. And Mr. Chair, that's the question. Were any emails sent out to any city agency, DPW, CAO office, anybody? If they were, we want to see them. And was the question answered? If they weren't, why not? Because if they were answered and the safety issues would have been addressed, that young man and his family would not be sitting here right now because we showed how much we care about the lowest paid city workers in the city who nobody wants to go and deal with sewer, nobody want to pick up trash, and we back here because we did not address the safety issues right now. We should be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. And then you got that as a committee request?
Yes, I have that as a committee request. We'll make sure to review all records for relevant agencies.
Okay. Thank you so
Do you
much.
have a due date that you'd like that information back by?
Hello? Well, this has been going on for a while, so I think we should get the answers as soon as possible. If you give us a week, that's fine. But again, somebody got some emails. You can't tell me to tell you about these safety issues and these with DPW and sanitation work.
All right, thank you. Councilman Torrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a committee request because of what we've been doing on for the last few weeks in terms, well, actually last 2 years in quarterly accountability hearings for DPW. I brought up last 2 years safety concerns in the water department because of the Office of Engineering Construction's oversight and inspection reports. So I would like to couple that request with the next quarterly hearing that according to this Inspector General's report, I think we should have an itemized or at least an Excel sheet that says where things are in terms of addressing the concerns, whether it be short-term or long-term, and that be, as a committee request, a part of the quarterly oversight hearings with DPW. Just for the public's concern, we get quarterly oversight hearings that tell us where we are in terms of service delivery. We also get oversight in terms of where we were in terms of recycling and the number of trucks that we had to replace for air conditioning. I know that we replaced a significant number of them, Director. I would like to know, once we replace the ones that did not have air conditioning, where are we in terms of the ones with air conditioning, their repairs as well? Because as we enter into the fall, we are going to enter into winter. If it's an issue with air conditioning, more likely it will be an issue with heat in the truck as well. And I'm just being transparent that Mr. Silver did work the route that I have at my house. I do remember that crew during COVID working till 2 a.m. to collect when there was only a 2-person crew, just the driver and one other person to get the work done. And I think we owe it to the men and women that are out there every day to add in the working conditions as a part of your quarterly oversight here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ramos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, to Mr. Silver's family, my deepest condolences, and to everybody who knew him. I have a couple of questions. The physical plant repairs that are needed on the buildings. 2 years ago, there was $10 million put into the CIP to start that process of starting to save the money. Another $10 million was put in this year's CIP. I would imagine that the repairs are gonna, do we have an estimate of what those repairs are gonna cost? So there's the repairs, and then there's the capital improvements that have been in the works for a while.
Right. We have been looking right now at some of the immediate needs to be done. We brought in
Air
some of the
conditioning.
HVAC. We're bringing some trailers on board. So we're roughly looking, roughly $2 million? Yeah, roughly around $2 million. That we're planning on spending on temporary repairs for the time being.
Sure, so you may have to put temporary air conditioners in and that kind of thing. in
Trailers.
order To, yeah, and also to what my colleague was talking about, looking at the winter and making sure that the heat. I guess I'm just curious because one of the things that, and this is a systemic issue we have to address in our city government, you know, we put in incremental money for projects that will happen in 6 or 7 years, but the workers have been complaining about these for a really long time. So I'm not understanding why these capital improvements weren't done immediately. If it is going to cost this much and we have to save money over 6 years in the CIP to get there, 6 years is too long. What is the issue? Why can't we just put all of that in? And this is for lots of different issues, but for this in particular, I remember Director Mitchell even talking about we need these improvements. He was trying to get that done, but because of, and maybe this is a more of a finance issue, which I don't see finance here, we should have been making those repairs immediately. There's no reason that our workers, I had a very distraught constituent because, she uses Sisson Street. My district is right across the street from Sisson Street. The workers are outside and there was no air conditioning for them when they're receiving people. So that was acted upon fairly quickly, but that even, it shouldn't even happen. I just don't understand why you've got to make sure that there's air conditioning. And so if we were going to make these, capital requests, why didn't we just put all that money in now? We may have had to make tough choices for something else that wasn't going to be paid for. That's just the way we do it. And so I want to make sure that we're not going to be waiting those 6 years for all of those funds. We're going to make immediate repairs, but there's major, major repairs that have to be done, which is why we were trying to put it into the CIP to begin with. So I want to make sure that you as the director and the mayor's office and finance is really working on making those capital improvements today and not 6 years from now.
As I mentioned in my talking, during my talking points, is we're committed, and I'm committed personally. I've been meeting personally with the design firms to make sure we expedite the work that needs to be done. Building capital projects and building is my bread and butter. That's what I've done. I've done it here in the school system. I've done it in DGS. I've done it in Texas. And we also doing it in Illinois as well. So I have that experience in doing this work, and I'm going to continue to be working with the design firm, working with our people to ensure that we're going to expedite, and we will expedite the design in order to start construction next year for all 3 of these facilities.
Okay. Well, I look forward to continuing to monitor that. I do think that there's fundamental flaws with how the capital budget works in our city that we want to have more oversight in the council. So I think that we can have those conversations. My second question is, I was really also, the whole thing is very disturbing, but I was disturbed to hear from the OIG, and I read it in the report, and I'm glad that they're here today, that when the department made available after that first report more Gatorade and water, it was secured in a locked building with the workers being told that it's rationed, basically. They didn't use that word, but that's what it was. Who decided that? Why? Was somebody saying, well, we've got to provide this for you, but we have budget problems, so we can't, give you water like you need? I don't understand that. How did that even happen where the effort was to get them water and Gatorade, and then at every facility, it wasn't just one, it was under lock and key, so it was regulated. That's bananas. So I'm curious why that happened. And it really, what it reflects to me, frankly, is that if the department is gonna make things available for our workers, and really making an effort, that doesn't mean, that action in itself means that effort wasn't really made. It was just, well, we gotta do this, but you can't have it, you know? And that's not the attitude that we should be giving to our workers writ large. So just in that action, I just wanna understand why.
The mayor brought it up at one point, that is the need a culture change. I understand it, I've seen it, I've been here now for 5 months and I see it. There should be a culture change in the way how we deal with stuff. Our supervisors need to be trained and need to be accountable. And accountability needs to be all the way through the process. You'll hold me, the mayor will hold me accountable. I'll hold my management accountable, and they will need to hold their supervisors also accountable. So accountability, training, culture change, all needed in order to get to the point where we need to get to.
So what you're saying, if I may, Mr. Chair, what you're saying is that the supervisors were the ones that were rationing because there's a culture problem. What I need to understand is why were the workers told, or even the supervisors told, we're giving you Gatorade and water. You have to put it under lock and key and only give it when somebody actually needs it, as opposed to, you know, being able to freely grab, just like I can, just like anybody else can. And it does, that to me, action in itself says, again, the OIG is making us do this, but we really don't want to help you. So we're going to ration this out, and you know, you're going to have to do whatever the supervisor says in order to get the water and Gatorade. And I mean, I'm just trying to figure that out. I mean, it's a small part of this larger puzzle, but it's indicative of not just the culture change that might have to happen at the grassroots level, but frankly at the leadership. For some reason, you didn't know that that was happening. That's a problem. And so how did it happen that how did that happen? It just doesn't make any sense to me why people would be getting Gatorade and water, but they're not able to access it.
Again, as I mentioned earlier, there'll need to be a lot of training to a lot of the employees, all the way to the supervisor, on what you need to do, and the rules and the regulations are very clear. We were very clear, and I think the management is very clear on what our expectations for our employees and what they need to be provided with, all these basics that they need to.
Well, so I would expect an answer to my question at some point in time. It's not coming today, obviously, so I hope that at some point I can get an answer as to what exactly happened with, you know, that particular transaction of giving the water and the Gatorade. It wasn't, again, if the OIG had found it only in one facility, okay, maybe it was one or two. It was every facility, am I right? Every facility. So somebody said, here's the Gatorade and water. You can only regulate it in certain circumstances. Are you kidding me? It's 105 degrees outside. You know, it makes no sense. So again, it's just indicative of a larger problem of the disconnect with, you know, your office and what's happening in middle management and what's happening on the ground, which is not acceptable.
Yeah. That will be part of the work that we're going to be doing. And as I mentioned also earlier, that is change and making the changes that we're going to need to make. Those are cultural changes. We're going to have to change them. And we're going to start with making everybody accountable for a behavior like that.
Okay, well, I'll follow up in writing and try to get that answer for the committee as well. I have a couple other questions, but I'll yield, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Glover.
So my second question is, Mr. Director, what are the workers trained to do when they are expecting symptoms? Like, who do they turn to? Is it a directive that they call their supervisor immediately and the supervisor reach out to an emergency response, or is the supervisor to reach out to the superintendent? Like, in which way does this happen when labor driver is going through symptoms while they're out there on a route?
If someone is going to have symptoms at some point and a decision has to be made that to call 911, and 911 needs to be called.
So part of the training that you guys had recently was immediately call 911?
Well, depending on, so the driver will call the supervisor and let the supervisor know what's going on. But if a condition, it is the driver call looking at someone that is struggling with cramps, struggling with everything else that they have to, then 911 need to be called.
So the next question is, the training that you're providing for the DPW workers, can the council have access to how the trainings are facilitated, like the do's and the don'ts, so we can just get a clear understanding on what it is that the men and women and people are trained to do, and we can say exactly if to us it even makes sense at all. All right, so just want to make sure if you can add that, Mr. Chair, that we're requesting to get that from the director and from the agency.
Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Director, we've had 4 workers die within recent years. In 2018, Kyle Hancock, who's an employee of a contractor, died working in an improperly secured ditch. In 2019, Trina Cunningham, a Cub member, fell through a grate at the Patapsco wastewater treatment plant and died. In 2020, a worker took a fatal fall from a trash truck in the 1100 block of West Baltimore Street. And then, of course, most recently, Mr. Silver died of what we believe to be heat stroke and hypothermia. What has the city done specifically in response to these deaths?
What I could talk to you about right now, I could tell you about what we have done in DPW in response to before Mr. Silver's passing. That is the moment we were aware of all the heat-related illnesses that we have done all the training that are related to heat and illness. We have done 14 separate training, 517 employees were trained during that period of time.
No, and I appreciate that and recognize and appreciate that you are new in this leadership role and want to just acknowledge that. And at the same time, again, in 2022, we had this report from Cub, which documented many of these very serious safety concerns, some in response to deaths of workers, others in response to workplace injuries. And maybe Mr. Luna or someone at DPW staff, I want to go back a little bit further. Before the OIG report, I'm curious what the agency did to socialize, internalize, and respond to that report specifically.
Thank you, Councilmember Richard Luna, Deputy Director at DPW. So in 2022, that's when we started our environmental regulatory and compliance group. That's led by Andrea Bowie, who comes with years of experience on both the regulatory, health, and safety side of areas that we focus on. We put together, started with a small team with just Andrea. It's grown to about 4 members right now. There's currently 4 positions that we're still hiring for that group. But what I can tell you is that these are our top experts within DPW that are really helping us and making sure that we're ensuring compliance for all of our activities. What started around that same time is daily compliance calls within all of our operations. So it started on our wastewater treatment side. It evolved to water facilities, solid waste, UMD, and we do those calls regularly. So every morning, that's our first call in the morning. It starts at 8:30. We have a daily call where we talk about compliance and health and safety issues. Those calls are really meant to alert the management if there's an issue that's got stuck, that's moving its way through procurement, that needs fiscal approval, et cetera, so that we can immediately go in and address those issues. I can recall countless times of being on those calls over the past 2 years during my tenure here of the team coming together, addressing an issue, and immediately taking action to follow up on those efforts.
Are those calls conducted with frontline workers participating, with CUB or AFSCME, the unions that represent them? Are they part of that work as well?
It's DPW staff that's part of the meetings. It's members throughout the organization on the operations side. It's mostly on the supervisory level and the main operators that manage those plants and facilities for us.
But the sanitation workers are DPW workers, and so they're not, the frontline workers are not part of that work stream, like not part of that review, those calls?
On those 8:30 calls now.
Okay. I would respectfully suggest that we, again, include those workers as well as the unions that represent them so that we are getting the perspective of those who are most impacted on those calls.
These calls that we have, the 8:30 calls are done on a daily basis, and it's done with water and wastewater, it's done with solid waste, and we're looking at many issues, many activities that is done with the issue of safety as probably spending the first 15 minutes or so within the call talking about safety within the half an hour. But it's an integrated, all leadership, including myself and Richard, are part of that call on a daily basis. Again, that's part of the culture. That's part of the culture, having safety as an issue that we need to address, and we address it on a daily basis. Andrea, as Richard has mentioned, she brings in tremendous amount of experience. And Andrea will speak, and will speak on behalf of everyone, and will disagree with the management sometimes during the calls about certain things that needs to be done, and we hold them responsible and for a lot of these issues that Andrea bring up at our point.
No, and I appreciate that. I would just, again, respectfully suggest that we start including frontline sanitation workers and their unions on those calls so that they can have a voice in what's going on. Again, I think what we're hearing in this hearing, what we've seen in the OIG report, in the CUB report, in just what we all have heard and experienced is just a profound lack of respect for our frontline workers. And so my ask is to pull them in as we're doing these 8:30 a.m. calls each day, or at least have some representation so that you're not just hearing from management when we know that it's the workers themselves that are most impacted.
How about if I commit to have a meeting with the workers, a regular meeting with the workers where I could meet just with the workers and deal with their issues, safety-related issues, and every other issues, and the union every 2 weeks? We could do that.
Look, I think that is a start in the right direction, but I would love to see, as we move forward, them be incorporated on a daily cadence. I think that conversation will be healthy for leadership and for the staff and for those workers themselves. Last question that I have on this round, specifically want to talk about one of the other issues that was lifted up in the OIG's report, which was withholding of toilet paper as I suppose like a form of punishment toward those workers. That is obviously cruel and inhumane and frankly bizarre. I'm curious though, as we look to change this broken culture within the agency, what is the protocol moving forward for how sanitation workers should relieve themselves? Because it does appear to be an ongoing challenge that workers don't feel like they can go use a restroom while they're at work.
I mean, since then we have provided We have provided, obviously, all the toilet papers and everything, the dispensers that it needed at all these locations. And that's by itself, the whole action is absolutely, absolutely not acceptable. Not acceptable to me, not acceptable to anybody in the organization, and obviously not acceptable to the mayor or you as well. So supervisors and everybody was told at that point that that will have to stop and stop immediately. And since then, and I haven't heard of any cases of an issue like that.
So just for my edification, and I do appreciate that. I think that's obviously incredibly important that that not be an ongoing issue. But when a worker is out on their shift and they have to use the restroom, what's the protocol? Like what should they do?
Thank you for that question. If a worker, a solid waste worker or driver is driving a truck and they've got to go to the restroom, they just find the nearest facility. There's no protocol. If you got to go to the bathroom, you got to go to the bathroom. We certainly don't regulate that and tell them that they can't go to the bathroom, but they have to use their discretion.
Okay. I think as we are doing this deep dive in policy review, as we are rethinking our trainings, I think having some clear protocols, because I've heard from workers that they aren't allowed to use the restroom during their shift, or that there is pressure not to go use the bathroom, not when they're at the sanitation yard, but when they're riding the truck, when they're going to pick up people's trash. And so I would just explicitly incorporate a developed protocol around how workers can go use the bathroom and be treated with that basic level of respect.
Councilman, I will relay that message ASAP. That's the first I've heard of that. We have started a call every Tuesday that I personally hold with all the supervisors. I think it's an invite for about 53 people or so. And the purpose of that, starting that call, which is probably our third week, I think, doing it, is to open up the lines of communication. Issues that you just brought up when I found out about it is to, fix that, take care of that. And I hope maybe after this meeting we can talk offline. You can give me a little bit more insight on that. But I would like to know. But I can assure you I will address that ASAP. As soon as I walk out of this meeting.
I really appreciate that. And again, my mantra in this hearing is going to be not just the supervisors, but the frontline workers themselves to be included in those calls. Thank you to the DPW staff, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Torrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know it's been 17 years since I worked in DPW. So I have a question. This is the day-to-day operations. We can't wait till the quarterly oversight hearing to get day-to-day assistance for workers. Do we have a way of communicating with workers directly in their cabs in terms of the trucks?
No, there's not a two-way radio system that currently is being used. What they do have, I know in this modern day and age, everybody uses a cell phone, but they do have, let me just speak for routine services. So they do have devices if there's an emergency and they need to dial 911, that they can use that device to call 911.
So here's and this is just me thinking operationally, and this is for the administration as well. I think we need to commit to whether it be an hour, every 2 hours, a check-in with employees on the front line, because individual supervisors can call those actual lines to actually check on the health and wellness of those employees. I would also suggest that we have a questionnaire that each supervisor fills out with direct questions, allow us to make sure that it's standard questions across the board for them. I think at the bare minimum, that would at least give us accountability for the agency, but also allow our union partners to have an opportunity to inspect those records as well. In terms of employees, I think that is a 360 of addressing not only accountability for supervisors, but also allowing management to know what supervisors are doing, but also shows employees that we actually are concerned about their safety, whether it be an hour, every 2 hours. But I think that we know every route. I get emails when we're unable to fulfill those routes. But I think that we should be able to check on people actively while they're on those routes, whether it be physically through that call or spot checks for supervisors. So I just submit that as a committee request with some type of protocol given in the next 2 weeks to write that, because I get it. This is a large organization. I know that a number of people in management as well as employees have communicated that they love their job, right? But we have to figure out a way to break through the culture. Because, I mean, just be transparent, we can't see every yard, we can't see every cab, but we can check in to make sure that everyone is present and doing what they need.
So, Councilman, you'll be happy to know that we actually, we put that in a document now. So not only do the supervisors, just started about 2 weeks ago, maybe, the supervisors actually have to document when they actually out there checking on the crew. They have to timestamp it, sign it, say what they observed, and turn it into the chief at the end of the day. So it's ongoing, and I'll be happy to send you some copies if you like.
And is a member of the cab signing that sheet?
The driver is not, the supervisor is checking on the crew, and he or she is documenting what they've seen and what they've observed.
I would go a step further, Mr. Jeter, and say that a member of that crew should sign that document that says, I attest that someone did inspect and come to see me. Because I think that that is the accountability that's missing, because I could sign a document every day and say, I checked on these people. I need to know that a member of that crew, an employee, was actually met with a supervisor who asked those very questions to make sure they were okay.
And I'll let you know that this is a separate document. So I implemented what we call safety observation. So each supervisor is supposed to do 2 per day. So that is, they're checking on the safety as far as of the driver and the helpers doing what they need to do in a safe manner. They do sign off on that document. The driver does sign that document saying, hey, I agree with what you found, or I don't agree with what you found. And that's the supervisor's chance to coach them up on what they found. But I don't have a problem taking it a step further when they do the crew check to have them sign that.
And just for me to understand your operations, as a supervisor, how many routes is a supervisor responsible for on a daily basis?
I'd say, let me get back to you. Let me make sure. I don't want to guess.
So I'll allow others to ask more questions until he gets there. I have further questions based off the answer. So I'll yield to another member of the council.
Yeah, so each supervisor has 5 crews. I didn't want to say 6.
So each supervisor has 5 crews and they have to inspect at least 2. So 40% of the persons they're responsible for, they're actually inspecting each day.
I did not hear your last comment.
So each supervisor is responsible for 5 crews. So if they check 2 a day, that means that's 40% of the employees are being checked throughout in their actual responsibility. Is there a way that we can increase that to 100% to make sure that's possible? I say that because I can tell you that the crew that is responsible for my neighborhood is responsible for Panway Bradish, as well as a portion of Hamden, as well as others. I can tell you the neighborhoods that they support, so I think that there might be opportunities where that supervisor can check on multiple crews more than just 2.
So let me clear it up. So the safety observation, they do 2 per day, but the crew check, they check them every day, all the crews.
Okay.
That's the one that you're asking me to have the crew member sign,
Yes.
and I'll work on getting that signed.
Thank you. So, as a committee request, I would like to see, at random, at least 20 of those reports. And I say that to be cautious, as I did with the wastewater side, when I inspected their reports, I requested all of their reports for specific projects. So what I'll do is, if you can provide me with a map tonight, I'll pull and ask for specific crews on specific days so that I know that I'm getting a specific report to actually cross-reference that, as well as check with our union partners and people on the ground to make sure that this is happening as well. Thank you.
Nina, is that something that you can facilitate?
Yes.
Thank you. Director, part of the August 16th update was about that the facilities would be put on a regular cleaning schedule. I've spoke to you about the need to not only do the long-term improvements, but also the short-term improvements like immediately. Have those facilities been put on a cleaning plan yet?
I could help answer that. So the Western Yard and the Eastern Yard both received deep cleaning over this previous weekend, and those have been put on a regular routine cleaning schedule. We're still working with the city's vendor to get all the other facilities do the full deep cleaning. Once the full deep cleaning is completed for the other solid waste facilities, then we'd put those as well onto a cleaning schedule.
And how long do you anticipate it taking to get the rest of those facilities done?
I'd have to check with the vendor.
Are we talking about days or are we talking about weeks? What are we?
I can follow up with the staff and get that answer for you back tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. And then once the deep cleaning occurs, how long until, like how often are these routine cleanings going to take place, the standard cleanings?
Yes, we requested them daily for those facilities.
I'm sorry, how often?
Daily.
Okay. And within those cleaning plans, will that include the full service, like making sure that there's toilet paper and the other paper towels and other needs within the facilities?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. And while we're fixing that online, Director, one of the things that that the council has been looking for and been discussing, both at the press conference as well as the lead up to this hearing, was a need to do walkthroughs of these facilities. Are you guys willing to do walkthroughs with any members of the council that are interested in participating, along with members of the unions? And the administration and all the partners that would like to do that, so that we can all go through facility by facility and see the conditions for ourselves, and then see to it that those improvements get made. You gotta just hit the right side.
I have no problem with facilitating such a visit.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So if we can just, when can we get the first one going? Like how soon?
We can have talk together actually the next couple of days, because we probably can do something as early as next week.
Okay. Yeah, we definitely want to start getting that started. So if you can just let us know, what days and times are available for next week to start doing that, and then we'll let you know which facilities we want to start with.
So.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the current process if a worker has a complaint?
The process right now is actually, if he has
I would say before all this was happening, okay, before all the attention was put on this, before our friend Mr. Silver died, what was happening on the complaint process? So what was it?
The process before is for the employee, if the employee has a problem with his immediate supervisor, if that's what the issue is. If the problem with the immediate supervisor, to call our HR within the Department of Public Works. And the HR within the Department of Public Works will reach out to the division manager of that group and make sure that issue has been dealt with. It refers back to our HR, and HR will get back to the employee. And that is, now, if the issue doesn't have to do with the supervisor himself, the employee can bring that directly to the supervisor. But if the supervisor is not listening, is not doing what they're supposed to, that issue is to be elevated. And I think we need to emphasize on that a lot more as part of what we need to do, as part of the SOP, as part of day-to-day operations with those facilities.
How bad does the complaint need to be that it comes to you?
I visit a lot of the facilities, and I do. And I've been here now for 5 months. I probably visited over 30 or 40 facilities out of the 100+ facilities. And people come to me sometimes and talk to me about issues, talk to me about things that they have concerns with. And, but it's, again, I can't tell you, I don't have the actual data now to tell you how many of these get to me at this point. But people come to me all the time, and I have an open door policy, and people come to my office all the time and see me. In addition, I go back to it. I'm at the facilities, visiting facilities on a daily basis.
So you didn't notice on any of your visits that there were challenges with the facilities and that our workers didn't have Gatorade or water?
Okay. So a lot of the Gatorades and water issues have come to my attention just recently. Now, I have started working during my visits, throughout my visits to the locations. I have not noticed that we don't have these Gatorades. And by the time I get to a lot of those sites, in many cases, most of the routine services, drivers and laborers have left for their route.
Have you yourself been on a ride along with the workers when you came on?
I have not, but I'm planning on doing it, absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Jeter, did you take a ride along with the workers when you came on?
Not a physical ride along, but I did do several observations, and I spent plenty of time with them out in the field.
So both of you have to, and Director Luna, I would ask you the same question.
Mayor Scott and I did a quote-unquote ride-along with the crew back in the winter for recycling pickup. Mayor Scott rode in the truck. There's not enough capacity within the truck, so I followed along in my vehicle.
Right, well, in the winter, we had a separate problem in that, and that's something that we're going to have to figure out. We got ice that our workers just can't, and in a hearing, you did acknowledge that, and we did have to cancel recycling and trash one day, I do remember, because we can't have our workers slipping and falling and injuring. So I'll give you that. But this leadership is supposed to be there for making sure that the workers have everything that they need to be able to perform their duties. I will take a ride along. I admit, I have not taken one, okay? I talked with my recycling guys today. I had recycling today, who let me know a few things. And so I think the disconnect continues to show that there is a disconnect, because if you didn't take a ride along when you came on, how were the workers supposed to come to you without their supervisor present to show that there were some concerns? If they were, saying it's about to be really hot here and we never get Gatorade and water, or the trucks are not air conditioned, or, I just can't imagine that that they would not have said that to you with their supervisors not present, or hoping that they, maybe there is such a culture, as you've said, that there's people that don't feel comfortable reporting because they feel like they're going to be fired, which I can understand, because actually I've had 2 constituents come to me who are laborers that have had challenges in their yards. And I had to mediate both of them. I had to mediate both of them with HR and with others, because workers aren't feeling like they can come to you. And maybe that's just because you haven't come to them.
In this short period of time, I'll tell you that I have visited many of those facilities, and probably more than many other agency heads in the past. I'll make of an issue all the times that I have visits to sites to introduce myself as the leader of this organization to the workers in that. The comfort level is going to come over time. The change in culture is going to come over time. People need to see me and see me more. And I'll make that commitment that is within the next 2 to 3 weeks, I will be riding in one of those trucks with the people.
And
All right.
going into my initial conversation piece, just real quick, Mr. Chair, because I got distracted on this other piece. I just want to understand, and maybe at another time, but maybe make this a committee request. I think we need to really see what that complaint process and grievance process is, so that we know when people come to us, what is that grievance process they would, and can also make some recommendations for, well, wait a second, if you're going to have somebody go to HR instead of their supervisor because they're having problems with their supervisor, what if they're having problems with HR? What if they don't find that they're getting the justice that they need from HR? Where do they go next? They came to me.
All right, so Nina, can you get us the process in which employees are asked to follow?
Yes, we'll follow up with that information.
Okay, next up, Councilman Cohn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Director, I appreciate your commitment as expressed tonight to rooting out the toxic culture within DPW. And again, appreciate that you are still relatively new in this role. One of the things that is most concerning to me is that there does not appear to be any kind of heat standard for how sanitation workers go out and work. Clearly, we have workers working at all hours, even in 105-degree days with, I don't believe any processes or protocols in place when the conditions are that dangerous. We know that this planet is warming. We know that we are going to have more and more 100+ degree days. So will you voluntarily commit to develop, in partnership with frontline workers, the unions, and the city council, heat standards so that our workers are not suffering in extreme heat conditions as an agency?
Absolutely, and we have started that, and we're sharing that heat illness plan with MOSH right now. Will be probably one of the first, definitely in the city, but probably also in the state, I would think, in doing it, because at this point, there are no established, heat-related guidelines, whether it's federal or on the state level.
Yeah, no, and I would definitely appreciate Baltimore being the leader in that area. Again, would just ask that plan, and again, this is a committee ask, that plan be developed in partnership with your frontline workers and reviewed by the council as well.
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Torrance, real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick follow-up, and this is for both the director and administration. I believe that just having this conversation and the fact that we've had these conversations across the board in terms of not only your agency, but other agencies with safety concerns, I think it's time that we explore having an ombudsman's office created in the city of Baltimore to actually address these issues, where someone is a fair neutral, that is not HR, that is not management, that can work with workers, our union bargaining partners in the administration, to create policies similar to what they do in the federal government when we have these issues arise. I think this is the perfect opportunity to create that position, whether it be specifically for DPW or for the city at large, because that person would have an opportunity to review these policies actively to make sure that we can prevent deaths as well as injury or any other issues that we've seen arise from our employees. I'm happy to join you in terms of either creating the legislation for it or creating an office for it, but I think that it's high time that we have an office with a neutral that can allow us to get through and cut through everything, and that person be protected not either from this council or the administration, so that we can make this type of opportunities for change.
All right, so I just want to talk about the culture in DPW, and what I want to speak about is near and dear to me. So I wanted to say this for last. And we all know that I'm a former employee at DPW, and the policies that were put in place for so many years. I started in DPW when I was 20 years old. I got my start in civic service through the city of Baltimore. And this is one of the reasons why I'm here today. That's why I fought so hard to be in this position, to be a council person, because I wanted to fight for the men and women and the people of the Department of Public Works. Even back then, I know my voice wasn't heard. Still today, many of our voices aren't heard. I can recall days of me driving the trash truck and having those men and women behind my trash truck because of the 100 degree plus weather. 20 years of them working side by side with each other, all of a sudden, one labor stabs another labor in the back of the truck. And you wonder why. I go back to the 10-hour plus work days in that heat, in that sun, no water, no Gatorade. All you heard on the radio was just go get it. And one thing that troubles me, and I would like to know, I see someone that was brought on back to the Department of Public Works that I feel was a part of the reason the culture was the way it was back then. And it's frustrating to me, and I want to know, like, in what capacity this individual is working in DPW. Because if it's working in the administration, part of the management, to direct how those men and women, supervisors, superintendents, or chief operate, I ask that the individual do not be a part of the Department of Public Works, and that individual is Valentino Upomo. I'm proud to be here today, to not be in fear, to worry about what the administration is going to do to me, because I have the voice to speak now. I am now on the city council. I'm a representative of East Baltimore, but I represent all of Baltimore. And what I want to represent is the people that pick up the trash that nobody want to touch, for the conditions of those individuals that when they get hurt on the job have to fear, because when they come back to the yard, you still got to do this, you still got to do that, what the orders of the doctors tell them they can't do, but now they're in fear of their job. Why I say that? Because I was once that individual. So it's frustrating, and it brings my heart to cry, man. I can't bear to say, like, the culture has to change. There are many Mr. Silvers that have passed away behind that truck that never got noticed. It's because the OIG did a report, and 2 weeks later, the death of Mr. Silver came to life. And now we're talking about it today, but we've talked about it many years ago when I was a part of that culture. It frustrates me that when those men, women, people coming home from prison, we are the agency that are hiring those individuals, but we're not providing them with the training, the mental health needs in order to be able to be in the work conditions around the men and women that haven't been in those processes. That culture has to change. Those supervisors that have been promoted after being laborers still have the mindset how it once was when they were treated by another supervisor. So that culture has to change. We are one community. We are DPW strong, bro. We love each other, man. We care about each other. We want to take our family to the Bahamas just like the police department, any other agency. But we want folks to feel our pain, see what we see, feel what we feel, and understand it the way we understand it. And not just worry about an independent person coming in or group coming in to tell us what it is that we need. We know what we need. We're telling you what we need. We just need you to address those issues. And I challenge my colleagues, get on the back of that trash truck, just give it an hour. And you'll feel and you'll see what the men and women and people go through each and every day for 10 and 12 hours out of the day. I've got a commitment from Councilman Cohen. I've seen Councilman Schleifer on the back of the truck. I've got a commitment from Councilman Torrance. I even got a commitment from Councilman Ramos. councilman, I'm willing to get on the back of that truck. But I'm asking all my colleagues, get on the back of the truck. Feel the frustration of the men, women, and people that go and run behind those trash trucks. They gotta deal with the rats jumping out those cans, the filth, the fluids that are on their bodies, and not having to go to a facility where they could clean themselves. And they're taking that filth home to their families. I've seen marriages get broken up because of the long hours these men, women at work because they can't come home to take care of their families. I'm asking and I'm pleading. There are individuals that you guys are considering to bring back. We don't need that culture back in DPW. So please take in consideration what I'm saying. Mr. Silver's death is near and dear to me. That's a brother. That's part of the DPW team. And I just ask that you open those doors and listen to their voice. You're not going to personally see or hear what goes on each and every day because you're in upper management and you're dealing with a bunch of facilities at one time. But let the men and women feel that their job isn't on the line when they come talk to you. Let them know that if you get hurt because you're doing a job that don't nobody want to do, that your job is secured. Don't let it be because maybe I picked up a couple pounds and DOT decides to sit me down because Mercy wants to sit me down per the administration orders, but my doctor tell me I'm good to go. But make me lose my time, use my time, and say there's no other job for you to go to. And now I'm forced to find another way for my family. So that's why I got in this fight. It's not about Tony Glover. It's not about me being a councilman. I'm forever a member of DPW. I'm a trash man. I pick up the filth nobody want to touch. And that's why today, even as the council members and my colleagues can vouch for that, I still pick up the trash in my community. I'm still out there on the forefront. I'm still sitting in my car 1 o'clock in the morning waiting for that guy to illegally dump his truck so we can make him pay for the things that he done in our neighborhood. And that's if it takes to get incarcerated, if it takes for these individuals to lose their jobs. I'm on the front line because I care. And if I'm expecting my colleagues and I'm expecting the residents who I represent to do the same, I gotta lead by example. So please change the culture. I can't say it enough. I'm gonna stay with this one. I'm gonna be on the front line with this. But again, there's individuals that it really troubles me when I see them floating around or walking around. And sometimes we don't know because we were never in their position. We were never in that capacity where they had to deal with the workers. We were always up in management, and management sometimes just deal with management. I'm gonna ask you to deal with the people. So the commitments I wanna ask today is that, I wanna challenge the city council members to do days, a day, or something on the back of the truck. I need a commitment from my colleagues. I need that commitment. The other commitment is, will DPW commit to collaborating with the city council, with the union members? We gotta heal our community. We gotta heal this department. We're hurting right now. But the commitment is, are you willing to get with the CUB members, the local 44 members, just the union members as a whole, the city council, the administration, to commit that, we will come together as one. We gotta stop this bleeding, and we gotta stop it right now.
Councilman, I heard you. I hear you.
I wasn't finished. The last thing I want to add is that we make sure that we our supervisors that in these departments just want to make sure that quarterly that they're getting the training that they need. It is very, very important that we make sure they're getting the training and that we're not allowing or relying on new employees that come on, that we're not relying on just the workers beside the truck to train them the way they want to be trained. We need to have a way that this is how we do it in DPW across the board. So that if you was to go to another yard, we just know the training. We're not taking the training of another employee versus what some other employee has showed us in another yard. We need training, and we need it right away. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to reiterate what I had said in the beginning of the hearings, that anybody who's interested in testifying will have the opportunity to do so. We do have the sign-in sheets at the back of the room. You can go ahead and sign in. Also, for those who may not have been here as part of the previous hearing, we had to take a break and wait for a professor to come for the previous executive appointments hearing. And so I'm going to recess this hearing for 5 minutes, give everybody a break while we finish up the business of the previous hearing, and then we will come back and hear from the unions, from the workers, and from the public. So if anybody needs to grab a drink or use the restroom, now's a good time to do that, and we'll reconvene this meeting in 5 minutes. Okay, this is the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee. We are This is the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee. We will be hearing EA 24-0240, Ronnie Brown, member of the Civilian Review Board. Mr. Brown, if you can please tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on the Civilian Review Board.
All right, good evening. My name is Ronnie Brown. Thank you for your time. A little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Baltimore. I'm a lifelong Baltimorean. I attended college in Baltimore, and I've been living here all my life, and I love my city. I came across a Facebook post a while ago, Mayor Brandon Scott's post about the Civilian Review Board, and I thought that this would be the perfect opportunity for me to actually do something that my mother told me to do. She actually passed away this past January, but before that, throughout my life, she's been telling me to do what she calls good work, and it doesn't mean just me. I'm a faculty member at UDC. It's not just me just teaching a good lesson or just doing something good in my occupation, but good work is basically doing something for the community, doing something for society, and for the betterment of everyone. So that's the main focus and reason why I wanted to be on the Civilian Review Board.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I'm sorry I missed it because some background noise. Which college?
So I attended Morgan State University and Johns Hopkins University.
No, I'm saying which one did you say you were working at?
I work at University of the District of Columbia.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you. You have any questions? Any questions? Okay, well, thank you for coming down for this hearing. Glad we were able to get you in the middle of another hearing. But thank you for your willingness to serve. We did read up on your background and appreciate your willingness to step forward for that. And so thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you all for your time.
This is the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee hearing LO 24-0064, DPW Facilities and Working Conditions. We are back from a brief break. I will invite our unions to come forward and for their presentation. So Patrick, Clarence, Michael, and Antoinette. Okay, Patrick, if you can take it away and then pass it on to whoever's next. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you, Chair Schleifer and City Council members. My name is Patrick Moran, and I am the president of AFSCME Council 3. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm also joined today by members of AFSCME Local 44, which represents thousands of frontline city employees. It's been 20 days since our union brother Ronald Silver passed from heat exhaustion while working his route. We're here today to speak to that and how we need to move forward together, because what happened to Brother Silver is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable, but preventable. Yes, DPW has added some ice machines, portable AC units, and bottled water here and there, but much more must be done to improve the working conditions at DPW and citywide. First, we are calling on all of you as city council members and Mayor Scott to proactively adopt a heat standard for Baltimore City. You don't have to wait for the state of Maryland or the federal government to finalize their heat standards in order to enact one for the city. That can be done starting tomorrow. These standards must include developing a heat illness prevention plan with provisions such as training, access to water and shade, environmental monitoring, rest breaks, emergency communications, and more. Second, our union must be included throughout this process. I am not the union. I am the representative of the union. I'm the elected representative of the union. The union is back here, right here. The men and women who each and every day do the work. That is the union. I am their mouthpiece. I am their representative. I am proudly their president. They've elected me to do that. But the men and women that do the work every day, that is the frontline staff. We represent the frontline staff and the frontline workers, and we need to be respected and acknowledged of that each and every day, and when our folks are out there doing the job. We need to be included in incident investigations when it comes to workplace injuries, fatalities, and near misses. We need to be involved in the creation of site and hazard-specific emergency action plans, workplace violence prevention plans, and safety policies. Our union has subject matter experts who can lend us their knowledge and expertise regarding health and safety. Third, we need a robust and comprehensive training program for city workers and supervisors and management. They don't know how to manage. They don't know how to supervise. They've never been trained to do so. They need to be trained how to do so. It includes topics such as rendering first aid, CPR, addressing heat exposure, and stop work authority measures. Fourth, we need to address the understaffing, low retention rates, and toxic workplace culture that permeates DPW and other city agencies. We need to put in place significant anti-bullying and anti-harassment policies and training. In addition to many of these facilities are sorely outdated. It was fortunate and unfortunate at the same time that on the day of Ronald Silver's death at 5:30 in the morning, I was at the Cherry Hill facility. I went and looked at what they were offering folks. There was ice, there was water, there was Gatorade. But what I saw in that locker room, the men's locker room, was just unbelievable. It was disgusting. You would not go to use that bathroom. You would not. I don't think anyone here should be expected to, let alone have to use it. Okay, the shower was a storage bin. The lockers were broken. The big industrial size AC unit that was brought in there was blowing out hot air. Inexplicable. I then went to the Curtis Bay landfill. They did not have an ice machine out there. They had a cooler that had some ice in it. But it did not have an ice machine. Why, I was told, is because, well, it's a temporary structure. That temporary structure has been there for 7 years, and it's gonna be there for another 7 years. The bathroom was disgusting, again. I know it's dirty out there. We all know it's dirty at the landfill, but that does not preclude the city and the DPW from having someone going in there and cleaning it up. The shower was full of boxes. No one's using that shower because they can't use that shower. No one in this country, the richest country in the world, in the history of the world, should be working for a municipality, one of the wealthiest states in the country, should be subjected to that or have to go through that or have to be subjected to that on a daily basis. Unacceptable. I don't understand how that is acceptable. And should we take some of the blame for this going on and on? Yes, but the administrations have to take blame for this going on, and the DPW has to make changes, and they have to make changes now. It doesn't take much to get someone in there to clean it up every day. You need people that are willing to do that. You can hire them to do that. DGS can do that, but someone's got to go in there and do that. It's the men and women that are doing that job each day should not be subjected to that. It's not acceptable. We need to continue to increase capital funding for DPW and other city agencies to bring city infrastructure up to date and to modernize. I also wanted to add that we are extremely disappointed. I'm very sad to see the general counsel. He's there. Thank you. I thought you left. We're very disappointed that city leaders have chosen to work with a law firm that has a deeply, not casual, a deeply anti-union and anti-OSHA history. This is not a good look for city leaders, as it immediately sets a tone that the city is not acting in good faith. There are many other experts and firms out there that we can all feel comfortable working with instead, and it's not too late to make that decision, a better decision. Their expertise and what they brag about on their website, as you mentioned, Councilman, is union avoidance and watering down OSHA standards. We have zero confidence that we are going to get a good recommendation or positive recommendations coming to these meetings that have been planned. I want to give you a great example of what the work that they are so proud of here. In chemical manufacturing, this is just one of them. They represented a specialty chemical manufacturer and multi-agency, OSHA, CSB, EPA, ATF, US Coast Guard, and state environmental regulator investigations, inspections, and enforcement actions arising out of a catastrophic explosion in a reactor that resulted in 2 fatalities. OSHA's enforcement action was cut by more than half. Violations alleged by OSHA to be willful and repeated were withdrawn or recharacterized. That's who I want to sit across the table from. That's who I want my workers subjected to, my members subjected to, is a firm that boasts about OSHA to be, violations alleged by OSHA to be willful and repeated were withdrawn and recharacterized. That's what money buys. That's what big corporate money buys. And if that's who we're siding with in the city, we have graver problems than I could ever imagine. I hope you reconsider your choice. Lastly, the bottom line is that we should never have gotten to this point. Brother Silver's death was entirely preventable. I've heard it from ASPE members who work in other city departments that on hot days, their supervisors are more understanding and remind them to take breaks as needed. Additionally, I've heard that other departments have received some degree of CPR and emergency preparedness trainings. If this can happen in other departments, there's no excuse why these things are not happening at DPW. It's time to get serious about what changes have to be made. We need consistency, communication, and accountability. And we need a process to ensure that these changes are made. We are still awaiting data from the city that we asked for about injuries on the job, and we're being stonewalled because they still have not, after almost 2 weeks now, have not gotten the state together, and then they still say, oh, we have to vet this through the lawyers. Lives are on the line, and city workers deserve and have earned, Councilman, you're right, they've earned every damn dime, dollar, penny that they got, but they've earned a lot of respect as well, and they're not receiving that on the job. So thank you very much for mentioning that. We look forward to working in true partnership to ensure something like this never happens again, but a partnership is a two-way street, and we have not been treated like a partner. And I'll be damned if we aren't being treated like a partner moving forward, because I will be here again bringing these things to City Council again and to the public again if we are not. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Clarence Thomas. I'm not the judge. I'm a shop steward out of 701 Rebird Avenue, Cherry Hill. Solid waste worker 1.
at DPW for 8 years. I worked in Cherry Hill behind the low packer. I originally started with the landfill, Curtis Bay, as he spoke, for 2 years. I got 10 years, 4 years with the military. I got 2 college degrees from Morris Brown and Morgan State. The facility infraction, and I just want to address this real quick. My president, Mr. Pat, came to the yard, and he truly broke down and was almost in tears, and he apologized to me, other shop stewards, Mr. Doc, Mr. Steve Patterson, Andre Jones, who represent Cherry Hill, of the conditions and the validity of how our yard is and how it looks. That's number one, needs to be addressed. I understand y'all got 20 million and y'all saying 3 to 5 years, whatever. We need that now. We don't want to hear nothing else. We've been dealing with this too long. Secondly, low pay. We are the lowest in the United States and even on the East Coast. Delaware, New York, PA, DC, Virginia, Carolinas, Georgia. They make more money than us. On top of that, McDonald's, who we all have traveled at to get a meal. They're making more money than us. They're nowhere near the job that we're doing and what we do. And they work a less stressful job than what we do. I'm gonna share a couple of stories with you, Mr. Khalil, Mr. Jeter, and Mr. Luna. I've been bit by a rat. I've had the gun put in my face 4 times. I've been chased by King Corsos and pit bulls. I didn't deserve none of that. All I did was to come out there and do the task that they gave us and what my assignment is. And I've done it to the best of my abilities. And I can really say, I don't have no occurrences. I don't have no problems. Nobody has a problem with my work performance. And I stand on that. One thing I'm not gonna tolerate, the union, my brothers, DPW, Cherry Hill, Bowleys Lane is the heart of the city of Baltimore when it comes to DPW. And I'm gonna leave you on this final note. Long live Ron Silver II, who was my friend, my brother, and he was like a fraternity. When you make it and you pass your probation, which is 6 months, and you become permanent, and you get the benefits and the 401k and retirement and some type of stability for your family, it's like a fraternity or a sorority. The men and women of DPW deserve respect, just like Aretha Franklin, and we want our respect. Hands down. We're tired of the disrespect. I don't like the fact that Mr. Pat, Trevor, and the whole staff of Local 44-3 go in here, sit down with the city council, Mr. Z. Cohen, Izzy, my guy, Glover, everybody, and they fought for us to get what we just got. But we're missing a point. DPW and upper management is not following the rules when it comes to the contract that they negotiated. No more hazing, no more bullying. We just want respect, and we won't just do. But we got to base on that, and we're not gonna let Ronald Silver's second name ever die. Even if I'm a fight, and we're gonna fight DPW to have a bill in honor of his name, that this never happened again. I lost 2 friends, and I was there. Donald Savoy, 4 years and a day, and Ronald Silver. August 2nd, Donald Savoy, August 3rd. Enough is enough. We had enough. I've had enough. Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Michael Stanley, and I'm a 37-year DPW worker. First of all, I just want to say to the Silver family, my condolences, because years ago, this meeting could have been about me. One day I was working and I got real dizzy. The whole block just started spinning. I had to hold on to a fence in order not to fall out. So I spoke to my crew leader who told me, look, just go sit down, I'm gonna get you some water. I told her, I said, look, I don't know how long I'm gonna be awake, so if I fall out, tell the paramedics that the last thing I said was I was dizzy and I just couldn't, I was weak. So I did make it through that day, thank God. And I like I said, my condolences to y'all for what you had to go through, because again, this could be about me instead of your loved one. In the 37 years I've been here, there's only been one silver lining that I've seen who came through here. It was a manager who came from another department. And one day she was on a Zoom, she started a Zoom call every month, a monthly Zoom call. And what she said in one of the Zoom calls was, I had no idea the disrespect that the supervisors had for the employees until I got here. She said, I heard about it, but I had no idea how bad it really was. And from that point on, she did everything to change it. She held monthly Zoom calls. What she did was anything we needed, you tell her, we got it. We were getting regular equipment getting fixed, everything. Anything the yards needed, it was happening. Now, we get nothing. In my yard, we had it was gonna be 100 degrees outside, and my yard had a big barrel of water. And they had a sign over top of the water that said, take one. So I spoke to her about it. She was like, what's going on? So after that, she changed that. We was able to get more water. Then the water stopped. We weren't getting Gatorade, we weren't getting water, we weren't getting anything, but like they say, a hard way to go and an easy way to get there, that's the only thing we were getting. And as far as the issue of COVID, they said COVID is spiking again. So I drive a passenger van for the city for marine operation. I drop off the workers to their locations and I pick them up. There may be 7 to 10 people in that van at a time. They're coughing, they're sneezing, they're doing all of this. And if somebody, one employee reported that she may have, she didn't say she had it, she said she may have COVID. The supervisor called me and said, do you have any masks on the truck? No, I don't have no mask. So she said, she let the employee come back the next day. But the employee was wearing the mask around here instead of up here. So I was like, I went to the management. I was like, you're gonna have to get this person and go get them tested before they get back on the van. They was like, oh no, they said they don't have it. They said they may have it, but they still have to be tested because you got like 10 people. You want to sacrifice 10 people instead of going ahead and making sure that one don't have it. So, and we're already short. So that's not going to work for us. And what had to happen was I had to keep complaining to management that day, and management got mad at me because I wouldn't let it go. So they finally said, that's all right, I'll take the person off the truck, I'll take them where they need to go. But the person didn't come back for a couple of days. And the employee pulled me up and said, that was unfair. You could have came to me. I said, no, I shouldn't even have came to management. That was management's decision to make, not mine. But I had to make that decision. So the thing about it is, we have to, management has a bullying culture where if you don't do what they say, they find a way to punish you. Like a good example is recently my management screamed at me like I was a 5-year-old. So at the end of the day, I took them the keys. I said, well, if driving the van comes with disrespect, I don't want the keys. So what they did was they put me on a trash truck, knowing that I had an injury that the trash truck would aggravate. And now, right now, I'm on light duty because they wanted to punish me instead of just saying, hey, look, I apologize for the way I spoke to you. Hopefully we can get past this. That's all I needed. But no, they wanted to punish me instead. So, I'm gonna end this because I'm a little nervous. But I just want to say, as far as the union, management has to start respecting the unions and the shop steward. I'm a shop steward, and management has to start respecting us. They're talking down to the employees about the unions. What they'll say is, "Oh, you gonna take these 3 days? You don't like it? Go to the union," because they figured the union not gonna do nothing for you. They're gonna agree with me. But so what I did was I don't shop steward no more. But what I do is I speak to my coworkers and I let them know that, hey, when you go in the office, you have to conduct yourself in a certain manner, because you don't want to aggravate these people and have these people do dirty tactics to you. So you want to come out as best as possible. And recently, I had a experience where the manager, I called the manager, it was going to be like 105. So I asked my supervisor, I said, hey, won't have no waters today? They was like, nah, we ain't having none. So I called superintendent. And the superintendent said, what did my supervisors tell you? I said, they said they don't have no water. Well, what are you calling me for? Because you're the one in charge. You're supposed to make this stuff happen. This job don't run without your say-so. So what they did was, the next day, they had water. And they had water ever since then. And then a week later, that's when the Inspector General came around. Just by fate, I spoke out and all of this happened. But I'm so glad that everything, but like I said, there's a culture of bullying. Instead of sympathizing with employees and helping them make it through the day, they want to try to make it as bad as possible for them. They want to send them home angry so that they can go and jump on their kids or jump on their wives or whatever, instead of smoothing everything out. What I tell employees is, hey, leave everything right here, especially new employees. I say, look, I find out, are they coming from other yards or are they coming off the street? If they coming off the street, what I tell them is, you're gonna see a lot of things here. There's a lot of moving parts. But what you have to do is, you have to leave all of that right here and pick it up in the morning, because the situation you go through here is not with your family, it's with these people. And that's who you address that with. Go to your union. But it's hard to make them understand when they bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, they just looking around, don't know what's going on. So I try to go and talk to the new people and let them know, hey, if you want to talk to somebody, I'm here. I may not be the best. If I don't have the answers, I'll find the answers for you. And it's good if we could have somebody like that in every yard. You know, since we got shop stewards in every yard, it'd be good every time somebody new come in that the employers give the shop steward a chance to speak with them, talk to them, get them comfortable with what's going on, because they sitting around just watching a whole bunch of stuff and they confused. So then when you put them on the truck, nobody's training them. So if this man is new and he's on the truck with me, they don't tell me to train him. They just throw him on the truck with me, but I have to train him. I have to tell him, hey, look, don't step on the truck like that. Hey, don't stand behind the truck like that. Hey, don't do this, don't do that. And sometimes they get angry. One time the hopper was up, and the young man, he had went in under the hopper. I said, who asked you to clean out the truck? He's like, my supervisor did. I said, yeah, but he don't want you to go in that way because there's a side door they want you to go in. I said, he don't want you to go in that way. He got angry with me. Well, my supervisor told he was new. Instead of listening to me, I'm saying, man, they want you to go around the side door. So we have to have somebody, we need somebody there to talk to all these new employees and let them know that, hey, somebody's here for you and the do's and don'ts of what it is you can do and what you don't have to do. So that's pretty much what I had to say. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Schleifer and the committee. I want to thank you for this hearing tonight. My name is Antoinette Ryan Johnson, and I am the president of the City Union of Baltimore. I am here tonight to stress the need for serious health and safety regulations to be put into place for both DPW and every agency across Baltimore city government. These health and safety protections should also cover those workers who are on city contracts. Although they are not our members, as labor advocates, we do not want another case where a worker serving Baltimore City loses their life on the job, as we had with Kyle Hancock in 2018. The City Union of Baltimore's work on health and safety is well documented, dating back to our report issued from 2022 on the unsafe and unhealthy working conditions so many city employees work under daily. I believe each of you have a copy of that report. I will acknowledge that there have been very modest improvements on some of those conditions, but the vast majority of the decrepit and deplorable work conditions are still in place. I want to refer to a couple of points in this report that we did. The City Union of Baltimore did this report. It's called Unsafe and Unprotected: How Baltimore is Failing to Protect Worker Safety and Health, dated August the 10th, 2022. Part of the second paragraph of the introduction, it states, in the last 10 years, MOSH has issued 336 violations during 95 inspections within the city of Baltimore. Workers have expressed a vital need for better training programs, distribution of tools, personal protection equipment, and appropriate equipment for their jobs. Many of these workers mentioned that they enjoy, and I must say, a lot of city workers, if not all, love working for Baltimore City. They love what they do. Be it a crossing guard, you're picking up the garbage every day, you're working in 911, you're in the police department, you're in rec and parks. Employees love working for Baltimore City. They only wish to feel safe while performing their duties. The issues Baltimore City workers face come directly from management that neglects the safety and health of their employees and oftentimes bullies them. The toxic environment within these workplaces does not make the job easier for city employees. Workers should not fear going into work each day. Working in deplorable conditions within the workplace should not be normalized. I want to say, when we were doing this report with the City Union of Baltimore in conjunction with AFT Maryland and AFT National, I was subjected to some of the same exact tactics that employees are speaking of. Just because we were talking to our members, I was getting calls about being at the work sites and why was I there. These things were coming from management because they did not want us to see what we were about to see. The conclusion of this report states, Baltimore City needs to proactively take action to support the workers that help the city run. It is only a matter of time until the next worker is injured or killed on the job. Again, this report was written 2 years ago. It is unacceptable to continue to have workers in these dangerous conditions. In conclusion of the report. As for the City Union of Baltimore, our hearts and prayers are with the family of our labor sibling, Ronald Silver II, and his fellow union members of ASME following this tragic death. Sadly and unfortunately, we know the sting of losing a member. It is a feeling we should have never had to feel, and one ASME certainly should not have ever had to experience. If the city and DPW had taken Trina Cunningham's death seriously, we could have put protocols in place that would have prevented Mr. Silver's death. The problems are well documented. Our goal is to leave this hearing with concrete solutions. Most important for elected officials to know is that any resolution this body produces must be crafted in collaboration with labor unions. It is not enough to get labor's opinion after the standards are developed. This must be a collaborative effort with labor having creative input every step of the way. Any policies that are set and that will govern how workers, supervisors, and managers approach health and safety must, I repeat, must be produced by a collection of stakeholders, and labor needs to be the primary voice in that process. The City Union of Baltimore makes these demands knowing that Baltimore City has tasked an anti-worker, anti-union law firm to be responsible for producing health and safety standards for a department that has tragically lost at least 2 workers to on-the-job fatalities over the past 5 years. This is akin to asking the cat to watch the mouse. We cannot act shocked if we come home and the mouse is dead and the cat is full. Sadly, this also communicates that our members and the public that Baltimore City does not take the safety, this sadly communicates to our members and the public that Baltimore City does not take the safety of its workers seriously. Just last week, I participated in the Maryland Department of Labor's comment hearing on heat standards. Many of the pro-worker solutions repeatedly advocated on that call are opposed by the law firm that DPW now has a contract with. If DPW took Mr. Silver's death as seriously as they should, heck, if they remembered Ms. Trina Cunningham's death and took that as seriously as they should, they would not have contracted a law firm that would hold a place in many of the regulations that allow Mr. Silver to tragically die. I am here tonight because our members are frankly scared of retaliation. Keeping colleagues safe and keeping your job should not be a conflicting decision for city employees. The City Union of Baltimore and our labor family will continue to press for health and safety standards that reflect the dignity of the work public employees perform every day. We expect the council and the various agencies that employ our members to commit to the safety of city employees with the same fervor and implement proven policies that keep people safe, not perform meaningless gestures that would have us back here again when another worker dies on the job because of the negligence of indifference of city government. And in closing, I also want to say, a week and a half or 2 weeks before Mr. Silver's death, I did some interviews based on the OIG's report. The one thing that I stressed in the interviews that I did was Baltimore City needs to train every employee in every bargaining unit. No one knows how they will react in a certain situation. If there are no policies and procedures in place, everyone needs to be trained. When I came into city government 27 years ago, we had what was called in-service. Every year or every other year, we would go back for refreshers of city policies. You cannot expect to hire someone and expect them to know what the policies and the procedures are if you do not train them on those policies and procedures. So as a president, I am asking, one, that we do that. I am asking that we look at and talk with labor unions collectively about these procedures that are happening in city government and how employees are being treated. Just because you go and pick up the garbage does not make you less than the next man or woman. Thank you.
Councilman Cohn.
First, thank you to our labor partners. Thank you to the folks that you all represent for the hard work that you do every single day. And I do want to just pick up one of the calls that was made. I want to specifically address Mr. Salisbury look, you know that I have enormous respect for the work that your office does, and I consider our city solicitor to be the best in the country. And what you all are doing on opioids is outstanding work. And I disagree strongly with this call of hiring Con Maciel. And I think you've heard tonight, and I think we've heard a pretty resounding reaction that this is a firm that does not represent the best values of Baltimore, does not represent our city's and our administration's pro-worker and pro-environmental stance. And so I wanted to ask you and the director, would you reconsider that decision, and could we cancel that contract?
So thank you, Councilman. I would like to say just a couple points to this. First, to Mr. Moran and to the union representation that's here, I couldn't agree more with the concerns that were raised and the points about whatever is done here, it has to be done in close coordination with frontline employees. There's no way we could do it otherwise. Whatever firm is advising us, whatever consultant, that has to be the focus, and that will be the focus for the agency, for the leadership. As far as your question about reconsidering the firm, I mean, what I would ask is that this firm is absolutely committed to sitting down with you. And before we make those decisions, I would invite union representation, anyone from the council, to sit down and talk to them. Because to me, this is all about bringing the absolute most advanced and sophisticated understanding to bear to help us develop these regulations. Something that Mr. Moran said is the first thing that he said is, we need a heat standard. We need rules that will govern how our employees work in DPW. And one of the challenging things about this is that there hasn't been a clear established standard at either the federal or state level. There is at other states. And one of the advantages of having somebody who has worked in other states, having somebody who worked in occupational safety in another state as an industrial hygienist for 18 years, is to bring in a broader perspective to help guide what we're doing. So again, at the end of the day, they're going to prepare recommendations. We can take them or leave them. And I promise you, whatever decisions are made there are not going to be made without first and foremost being informed every step of the way by our union representation, by our frontline workers, and then ultimately them having an opportunity to review whatever the final product is. So I just want to commit to that. I echo the sentiments in terms of the importance of having frontline employees and workers participate in this process and have an opportunity to review anything as far as recommendations long before anything would actually be implemented.
But this firm opposes federal heat standards. And so I can't understand how we would welcome in a firm that openly brags. I mean, you know, I just read their website. They're pretty clear about where they stand in opposing both sort of worker protections and then federal heat standards. And again, I know this is an administration, Mayor Scott personally has devoted so much of his administration to building up and supporting our workforce. And so again, I just think on this firm in particular, it just seems deeply concerning, and I would ask that we reconsider that decision. And again, I think there are plenty of consultants out there that that we could bring on that would come with a better approach. But just from my preliminary research, from what I think we've heard from our labor partners, from the pretty resounding reaction we've heard from community, this does not seem to be the right posture that we would want to help us to be able to implement the very standards that they appear to oppose.
Thank you, Councilman. Again, I would just reiterate, I think that all the points that you've made are well taken. All the points that all the union representation here has made and everyone has made is well taken. I would just reiterate, I think an opportunity for you, for union leadership to sit down and hear and express those concerns before. I know that this firm would vehemently disagree with the characterization that they've been anti-union and anti-regulation, but don't take my word for it. Don't take, I mean, I think that ultimately having an opportunity to sit down and share those concerns with them directly so that that can all be a part of what goes into a final recommendation that is informed by everybody in this room. And that's, again, that's what, I think that's what's the most important, and I think that's what this agency, what the city, and I know the mayor is laser focused on, is ultimately creating the safest workplace possible for employees, and doing so with, maybe thinking creatively, looking outside of just what's happening in Maryland, but looking to other states, looking to, whether it's changing hours, whether it's setting standards that may go beyond even what's proposed in the state or federal regulations. All of those things, nothing is off the table. And I just want to commit to that. And I think that that's really important for everybody to understand here. And again, it's just to provide a set of recommendations that ultimately the mayor and the city will be able to review and consider.
Again, just enormous respect for the work that Solicitor Thompson and the Scott administration is doing related to opioids and so much of the work that you all have done. I would just ask that on this decision point, we reconsider, because I have no evidence to suggest that this is anything but a firm that has opposed federal heat standards as we think about how to improve and how to be among the first or the first in the state to have our own heat standards. So again, appreciate it, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, we are now going into public testimony. Again, if you have not signed up and would like to, there are sheets in the back of the room. I'll start with the ones that I have. First up is Stancil McNair. Mr. McNair, if you can come up to the podium and just hit the right button so that it's lit up red. There you go.
Well, I had something to read, and like, just sitting back watching everybody talk is sad, because it showed the division we have inside our department. Because I'm really representing the people that don't believe in the union, human resource, or the administration. So, it's kind of sad to sit back and listen to some of the things they're coming up with. And once again, there's basically no engagement, even with our union. There's no engagement. Me personally, I done almost died on the road, and I let several people know about it. Councilman, the mayor, personally. I was completely ignored. My whole stroke situation was covered up. That was 2 years ago. Governor know what I'm talking about. So to sit here, to sit here and listen to everybody come up with all these quick fixes, whereas there was no honesty behind it. It's like they just spending money. They say they fix something real quick. Like how y'all say nobody don't know how we feel because nobody don't get behind that truck. And then you got supervisors that really don't care what we do out there. And the reason nothing get reported because all the report is the numbers of the trash and recycling that we receive. So on top of that, they don't tell you that each trash man, 2 men behind that truck, we retrieve a total like, every load is about like, you can push about 11,000 tons on there, on one load. So that's twice a day, that's 22,000 tons. So imagine working in that in 107 degrees. That's what Mr. Silver was working at, 107 degrees. So when you got the 107 degrees pushing down on you, that truck pushing off another 10 degrees from under the truck. So we actually working in 117 degrees that they don't report. They don't tell you that we working out there in them hot conditions that the truck push off another 10 degrees. So if it's 100 out there, it's 110 of us. So once again, like I said, I represent the 10%, the ones don't believe in none of these people that got up there and smoked. And that's how bad it's divided right now. And it's sad. Like most of these people, we have not seen until Mr. Silver died. We didn't even know they worked here. Didn't even know they worked here. I just met both of them at our fake safety meeting we had when they canceled trash and recycling. And gave us a cold towel and some pamphlet from Roberta House. And I had to personally excuse Roberta House to come to that meeting because they didn't know what they was doing. So once again, this is an example of why the supervision is so bad, because y'all constantly keep putting bad leaders in the positions. The people in higher administration is no different than the supervision. And as I speak, just back to one of y'all questions, was like when y'all was asking what happened to people when they get injured and stuff. I'm only allowed to lift 5 pounds. I just got my MRIs back like 3 weeks ago. Because I'm unable to do nothing, they don't even know what they're doing with me. And I had Thomas Pona and the whole human resource play my paperwork to the point where as though my doctor had to rush to fill out my paperwork. Now I'm ready to be put in for unfit duty. And I've been here over 10 years. This is what they do to people when they get hurt, especially when you open your mouth. They start playing games with your paperwork. And I'm not the only one like this, because there's another name y'all keep on forgetting, Savoy. He died behind the truck. Nobody never mentioned that man's name. And that's sad, because a lot of us was personally worked behind the truck with him. A lot of us faced those things. In the midst of this investigation, I'm quite sure a lot of them know it's still crazy stuff going on. So it's like, it's just real disrespectful. This was a real disrespect to the people that we supposed to believe in, most of them that sitting to the right of me. And I'm being completely honest, because a lot of people didn't come because we don't believe in them no more. That's how sad it is. We come to work because we had to work for our families. We don't believe in administration, human resource, or our union. And don't let them tell you nothing different. And and I'm speaking for a whole. I'm not just speaking for myself. And there's several people up there that I'm speaking for, that I'm 10% I'm talking about. Because most of the people that have got up here have acknowledgement of what's been going on. And like you said, Mr. Glover, most of this stuff been going on for over 20 years, probably more. And nobody took the initiative just to address it on their own. Ms. Isabel Cummings came in and took those complaints and showed that she was concerned about it and started taking action. I have not seen nobody in this room do the same thing that lady has done, yet. Her whole office, yet. Nobody has showed the same empathy, the same compassion, or the same effort to make sure change is done except for her office. So it's sad that we got a union, human resource, and upper administration. And we trust Ms. Isabel more than all of y'all. And that's the God honest truth. So I really came here with something written up, because it's from the whole, but at our setback, it's like complete disrespect. That's just to go to show you the level of respect they have for us. Like, you're going to get it, like I did the same thing y'all did. I researched the company that they're going to bring on. Once again, we being ignored because they find other ways to bring people into a problem that they got to learn, that we've been dealing with. So everybody bring in new guy, learn the problem, and then fix the problem. Whereas you got people that's equipped. I'm talking about supervisors, employees, people in upper management that don't get a chance to handle some of these positions and probably can do better than all y'all sitting in them seats. And that's the God honest truth. Even down to, it's sad that some of these people are new the same way Mr. Mitch was new. But Mr. Mitch not here anymore. He's supposed to be sitting here with them. And we watch him try to make change, hand to hand, walk around, wiping buildings down and stuff, while supervisors sat around. But that man fired now. That don't make sense. That go to show you that like it's no engagement at all. No type of engagement. None. I can't remember everybody's name, but I have spoken to him personally, him, Mr. Jeter, Ms. Vaughn. I just met who he was, and it's just how bad it is, and most of us is like that. And each one, even down to the mayor, because to be honestly speaking, before Mr. Silver died, I was personally making noise on Instagram about all these conditions by myself, with no union, no human resource, nobody. Everybody was saying I was crazy, I was lying, and then 2 weeks later, Mr. Silver died about the same stuff I was expressing. And I got a screenshot of the governor, the mayor, several politicians. Look at my stories, the stuff I was writing before he died, and nobody never acknowledged me, and I was being dead serious. Now everybody running to the rescue because this man died. Everybody come up with this quick fix. That's even down to the training day. That man died on a Friday, and they gave us training on a Tuesday with no thought process in it. There was no thought process in it. None. It wasn't none at all. And I still work there. I'm still going the same thing. And I'm telling y'all like this, you dealing with some different type of workers now that we not with none of that no more. We're not going to be disrespecting no more. We're going to continue to move in solidarity, but we demanding change. I'm just being honest. We don't trust none of y'all. None of y'all. That's even down to the supervision, and only certain ones of them we trust. And that's even more the upper one, because Miss Yvonne's cool. Like she looks out for us. So I can't put her in with the bad supervisor. But I can show her name. And the way y'all carry yourself, that just give them more encouragement to do what they want to do. Like even down to our safety training meeting, our mayor, this our leader. This man came in and spoke for exactly 3 minutes and 26 seconds. 3 minutes and 26 seconds. And then when I went to go speak to him, he pushed me off to his assistant. And then his assistant was totally disrespectful to Miss Isabel Cummings. That just goes to show you the respect we had. And what people don't understand, each one of y'all, we feed y'all family. Because we the ones get the trash recycled. When these supervisors get promotions, they get promotion out the work we do. Out the work we do. Everybody in the city, when somebody call one of y'all councilmen and say, this trash need to get up, this, that, and the other, we don't like the way it's already look, we gotta go out there and get it. COVID, that was one of the worst times of our life. We sat back and watched how everybody got recognition, except for us. It was terrible. Even down to this day, we still don't feel that we're being respected because of situations like this. And a lot of people really watching this and seeing how our upper administration is carrying us. And it's sad. Like it's real sad, like it's hurtful at the same time. Like, just imagine you going through stuff and people sitting lying in your face. Cause that's what it feel like. Everything they just said, we look at it as a lie. Like them little outbursts you hear upstairs, that's because people is sitting here like they lying in our face. And we not gonna tolerate no more. We letting y'all know that. I don't care if me personally, I gotta take pictures, gotta follow y'all around, none of that, but y'all not gonna treat us no any kind of way no more. That's dead. And we just ask for help now because we coming. We starting a whole new movement and we're not gonna stop until we see equality all the way around the board. And we're gonna continue moving solidarity too, but we trying to understand anybody that sit back and watch us get treated bad, you're a part of the problem, and we're gonna get rid of you. It's as plain and simple as that. So we don't have the power to fire nobody, but we're gonna start putting pressure on them people to fire people. Because I don't believe that none of the men sitting right here is prepared for this job. Because if they were, they'd have came in rolling. Because everybody got acknowledgement of the job they come into. And if that is the case, why Mr. Mitch ain't get the same chance? Because they was here for the same amount of time, but Mr. Mitch is gone now. And he actually did more than any of them. Mr. Jeter, he came and tried to help, but Mr. Mitch actually was walking around the yard, picking gloves on through this whole investigation, clean up and all that, and that man's not here. That man walked into a problem, and once he figured out, he tried to fix it, but it was too late for him. So what's the excuse for everybody else that been here for 20 years and knew about these excuses? What's gonna happen to any of them that been knew about it? Because a lot of these administrations that's moving from different yards to different positions, y'all know about it. You might have came from DSG and all that, but you know about the condition was in DPW. So you knew what you was facing. So you should have been prepared. You should have already had your team together. Y'all wasn't prepared. Every time somebody asks to talk y'all pass a number on, we can't never get through a number. So that open door policy is a lie. So it's like, we really don't trust them. So we at this point right now in the day is to see who we can trust. This really to see who we can trust. Cause we really don't trust none of them. It's sad, like it's really divided. Cause we just sit here, I just sit and watch two of my fellow workers with the union, and we simply told them we don't rock with the union no more. We told them simply we don't rock with the union. Like we don't. And it's sad we don't, because even down to the union, people don't know this. They have hidden votes without us. Like Ms. Dory Brown and Trevor, they got voted in without our vote. How they become the president, vice president without our vote? That's going to show you the lack of engagement we have with these individuals above us. So when y'all looking at everybody, y'all need to look at everybody as a whole, because everybody need to be fixed. Because people are quick to use policy on us and fix us, but nobody not fixing the administration. Nobody not watching over the union to make sure they treating us right. Or Human Resource, because the Human Resource policy y'all asked them about, the new policy is, and this is per Mr. Rice, is that we get a link, we put our complaint in, and if it's against a supervisor, we gotta sit back and wait till they finish the investigation. We can no longer communicate with them. So that means that we don't have no safe place. Because once we can make a report to Human Resource, we cannot communicate with them till they finish their investigation. How that make sense? The union not helping because most of the reps was in here told us they don't work for us. Yeah, they told a bunch of people like that. There's a bunch of people sitting up there and they actually told on the phone they don't work for us. And they take out dues. We actually get 2 dues taken out. So it's kind of sad. You got grown people that go home to their family broken down, trying to figure out how they're gonna make it through the next day on top of bad treatment and bad conditions. There's nobody in this room can work what we work through and make it. So when we get injured, it's like we still not worth nothing. They find a way to get rid of you. So it's like sad, man. It's like sad. This is the only supposed to be going on right now. The only reason it's going on because the man died. So really, to be honest with you, 2 years ago, this really could have went on because that was me 2 years ago. 4 years ago, that was Mr. Savoy. That no attention got brought to. I can keep on going down the line, so it's like sad, and it's like something gotta be done. Like it need to be some serious talking from this point. You know, this stuff they come up with, this dancing around questions, because everybody in this room is saying they dance around questions the whole night. They not prepared for this. So guess what's gonna happen? Their supervision not gonna be prepared. So it's sad, man. It's really sad. So I thank y'all for your time, but like this need to be addressed differently. Like this is like with urgency, not no playing around. People figuring out some company they know because their cousin know them. Let's get them on board, because that's what it sounds like. Every time they come up with something, it's like, oh, I know a person can do this. That's what it sounds like. There's no research behind it. Like we even though we do trash, we're not dumb. A lot of us got high education. A lot of us are very intelligent. We got kids in college. So y'all gotta really understand what y'all dealing with, and y'all really dealing with a different breed of men and women that we ain't with none of that no more. So y'all might as well get with the program, because we gonna make it hard for y'all. So I appreciate y'all time, and I thank y'all.
Thank you. Next up, Thiru Vignaraja. Next up, Courtney Jenkins.
Good evening, Chair Schleifer. My name is Courtney Jenkins. I'm president of the Metropolitan Baltimore Council of the AFL-CIO unions. Our Central Labor Council represents over 100 affiliated local unions of nearly 80,000 union members in the metropolitan area, some of which are here tonight. Our sister and brothers of ASME, the City Union of Baltimore, American Federation of Teachers, the Baltimore Teachers Union, the IAFF Firefighters Union, Unite Here Local 7, and even the auto workers. On behalf of our council, we express our appreciation to the Rules and Legislative Committee for conducting this hearing to address an issue of utmost importance to our organization, and that is worker and workplace safety. In the wake of the death of our union brother, Ronald Silver II, we know that addressing the issues of working conditions and safety of working families leads to the preservation of life. Brother Silver was a hardworking and dedicated employee of the Department of Public Works, and our hearts truly go out to his family and co-workers who are now bearing the brunt of this loss. When a worker leaves home for work, they should expect to be able to return home safely to their families. Not only did we share the common bonds that tie workers together, but Brother Silver and I were the same age. I was actually 20 days older than Brother Silver. And while I look forward to a life of longevity, Brother Silver was not afforded the same. He had much more in front of him than behind him. I know that both of our parents, when we were brought into this world, had the full expectations to protect us from everything that happened outside their front door. But none of our parents expected us to have to worry about us returning home from a hard day's work. And had these hearings and discussions around improving workplace safety been continuous and ongoing, we can only hope that Brother Silver would still be here with us today. The Baltimore City Office of Inspector General's July 2024 report uncovered serious issues related to worker safety and working conditions. In that report, both infers cultural and systemic issues within the Department of Public Works, and more specifically within the Bureau of Solid Waste. The report notes that materials and supplies that provide safety at work are at times withheld from workers or not available at all. Simple measures, such as providing cool, drinkable water or functioning air conditioning, are not things we should be concerned about in the year 2024. Furthermore, it should not take a visit from the OIG or the injury or death of a worker for their employer to honor their responsibility to provide a safe working environment to all employees. Issues addressed in the spring of 2024 should not still persist in the summer of 2024. The OIG report states, some DPW employees have reported experiencing heat-related illnesses, including one employee who passed out. And this is what a lack of accountability looks like. According to the AFL-CIO Death on the Job Total Neglect Report, between the year 1992 and 2020, heat stress claimed the lives of over 900 workers and was a cause of over 30,000 serious injuries and illnesses. Now, as the impact of climate change can be seen in our daily lives, record heat waves have placed workers at risk around the state and our nation. The safety of working people is a top priority of the Metropolitan Baltimore Council AFL-CIO, and that also includes calls for accountability, transparency, respect, and collaboration in protecting workers on the job. We stand with our unions to demand the following actions be taken. First and foremost, honoring our city unions' collective bargaining agreements and their health and safety provisions. A commitment from Baltimore City to work with our unions on improving worker safety, including but not limited to joint walkthroughs through every municipal work site within the next year. An independent review of city maintenance facilities conducted by safety professionals that have a history of impartiality. Our workers are the experts. We need air conditionings, not more lawyers, especially anti-worker law firms. There are even experts at the University of Maryland centers, Maryland University centers, and our occupational and safety health departments that can provide much needed insight. We also need additional staffing at the Department of Public Works and all city agencies that does not contract out public employee work. And finally, our unions representing the city's workforce be involved with the investigatory processes as well as planning for training that includes health, safety, CPR, and heat exposure. This is a matter of worker justice and worker safety, and workers cannot wait. We echo the sentiments shared by the OIG. The safety and welfare of DPW employees and their work environments should be prioritized, as these employees are the foundation and driving force of the agency's work performance. We would even add to that statement by saying that these workers are the foundation and driving force for the strength of Baltimore City as a whole. As Councilman Antonio Glover stated at a press conference, just because they collect our trash doesn't mean we treat them like trash. The Metropolitan Baltimore Council AFL-CIO asserts that workplace injuries, illnesses, and deaths are largely preventable when working people are centered and prioritized in the development of policy and enforcement thereof. We thank the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee for the opportunity to present testimony and strongly encourage the Council, the Department of Public Works, and all stakeholders to make safety not only a top priority, but a part of the culture of Baltimore City across all of its departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next up, Doc Cheatham.
Legs feel tight from my stroke, sitting down long. Thank you so very much for having this event here this evening, because I think there are quite a few of us need to say things, and I think they have to be said. I do have two documents that I want to give you because I think they're both very important. We're here today because of the death of this guy. We've not seen any pictures of him. Nobody really has been saying his name. We lost a great young man, and it needs to stop here. Hey, Richard. There are two terms I would like for us to try to remember that relates to what has happened here. One is a term that the Inspector General used. She said subhuman. If you look at the document that she issues, and in the document I'm giving you, she mentions the treatment that employees are receiving here are subhuman. That's a serious accusation that I think she's right with. I think she's calling it exactly like it is. And I'm asking that council, you first look at what she wrote and why would she use that strength of a word to explain what's happening. So subhuman conditions we need to look at. I think the other thing we need to look at, another phrase that I've heard quite a few times, we have a toxic culture here. Toxic culture. And I think, I'm seeing he is nodding because I think you know what people are saying. We're all kind of saying the same things. I'm just trying to paraphrase it. So we need to understand what is it that we need to do. One of the things that we need to do is we need to sit down with these employees. And I should have prefaced it by saying first, I'm a 42-year retired government employee. There was a union dues paying member for 42 years. I'm a past union president, and I'm probably the only person in America that has headed up 3 civil rights organizations in the same city. I've been Southern Christian Leadership President. I've been the NAACP. I was the #1 branch in the country for years when I was president. And I also did the National Action Network. I know something about civil rights. We are violating these people's civil rights. We are violating employees' rights. And what I'm asking us to do, and the lady coming behind me, surely I don't know how far she is down behind me. She should have been here because she was before me. But we had a very, very, interesting meeting with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, one of the 4 organizations y'all need to look at. That law firm that you're talking about, that's all about protecting Baltimore City's things, whatever they're doing. We don't need that law firm. I think we need to find a better one. But what we need to understand, I really think, is how do we solve the problems that we've been hearing? And I think first and foremost, what we have to understand, you can't solve a problem until you know what the problem is. You got a culture problem. You're hearing about retaliation. You're hearing about threats. And the first thing that we need to do, and we had this meeting, hopefully Ms. Bass will give you some more information of the offer that we received from the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. And that was to invite privately employees who work for DPW to go to the EEOC with or without us and basically let us know what has been happening to you that you find objectionable. And it's quite certain that many of these folks that are coming, many of these employees are finding many things objectionable, but are fearful. They are fearful to say or do anything about it. The only way you can correct the problem is first get a clear understanding what the problem is and then try to find solutions. And that's where I think once the council find out what all of these problems and allegations are, each one of the 14 members of the council can begin trying to figure out what are some of the means that we can go about to make these corrections. I'm not saying throw Baltimore City. I'm a Baltimorean. I've been here all 74 years of my life, and I'm hoping I make a couple more after this, but we need to address the problems. I'm suggesting very highly the offer that's been given to us by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission to interview the people who want to come forward to talk about not just the problems that they experience, but then suggest resolutions, suggesting things that we can do to alleviate the problems we have. I love Baltimore City. I'm not going anywhere else. I'm hoping to bury myself on the park that I built. I love this city. But we got challenges, but we need to address them. So I thank you so very much, everybody that's here today. If you really love this city, we can make the improvements we need to make. But we gotta first identify what those problems are and come up with solutions. And it damn sure ain't this law firm. Trust me.
Thank you. Crystal Boswell.
Good evening. My name is Crystal Boswell. First, I want to give my condolences to the Silvers family, that no one should have a loss like that, especially at work, on duty. So I want to get directly into what I wanted to say tonight. Again, my name is Crystal Boswell, and I'm a shop steward with Ask Me Local 44. I'm currently working as a CDL driver for the Baltimore City Recreation and Parks Department, Park Division, for 3 years. Even though I'm not a DPW worker, I still fear retaliation for speaking up today. But I felt it was important to come and stand in solidarity with my local brothers and sisters at DPW, because some of the working conditions and issues they face are also felt in other city agencies. I want to call for more consistency, communication, and accountability across city government agencies when it comes to improving our work conditions and making our jobs safer. It really pained me to hear about Brother Silver's death, because if he worked in my department, instead he would have had more protections from excessive heat exposure. Like my DPW siblings, I spend a lot of time outdoors in my job too. I help maintain our city parks and playgrounds. I cut grass, I do park cleanups, I elevate and remove trees. I too am exposed to the outside elements, but often my management has communicated to us that we are allowed to take breaks as needed to avoid getting overheated. We were trained on recognizing heat stress symptoms during our first aid training, but is that enough? I don't think that an employee's ability to return home safely to their families after a hard day's work should ever be dependent on who their management is. Rec and parks may handle heat stresses in a better way, but things aren't perfect there either. Like our local stewards in other city departments, we've brought up important issues that fall on deaf ears, or folks who do speak up who are punished by being retaliated against and or overlooked for promotional opportunities. I'm afraid that's going to happen to me for speaking with you today, because that's our culture in city government. But in order for us to move forward and to make Baltimore City a better place to work, we have to change the culture that non-management workers are disposable or subject to becoming collateral damage. We have to change the culture of separating management from the workers and creating division instead of unity and appreciation for their workers. We have to change the culture of sweeping issues under the rug instead of working with our union to really address these issues. We appreciate your help and support in providing oversight so we can improve services for Baltimore City residents and improve working conditions for city workers. And I want to step back for a minute, because what I want everybody to see is what my shirt says. My shirt says, I am essential. But it's not just me, we are essential to the operations of Baltimore City, despite our job task, title, or economics. So I want to make it apparent, and please understand that we are all essential regardless of what our jobs are. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. Reverend Kobe Little.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Reverend Kobe Little. I'm president of the Baltimore NAACP. I want to start by offering my condolences to the family and the colleagues of Mr. Ronald Silver II. We are here this evening because we have grave concerns about the abridgment of the civil rights and constitutional rights and legal protections that are afforded to all Americans that seem to consistently not be afforded to members of city government, and in this case, the Department of Public Works. Years ago, we made this administration aware of this toxic culture that we've heard about. Years ago, we made Mayor Scott aware of the problem of retaliation. So let's call it for what it is. It's whistleblower retaliation, and it has been happening for years. I want to address some things, Mr. Director. I didn't hear anything proactive in your remarks. Your whole report was responding to the circumstances that are publicly available. If you were doing an appropriate and comprehensive review, you would have come to this meeting this evening and disclosed additional issues that you have become aware of and that you are taking actions to address. Let me just put it out here. Black lives matter. Let me say that again. Black lives matter. And what we are dealing with is not simply a toxic culture. Guess what, y'all? Toxic culture is polite nomenclature for white supremacist culture, right? It is. And what we are dealing, and let me say this, because I've said this before, I'll say it again. The way that systemic racism works, the way that structural white supremacy works, it doesn't matter if the faces are black or brown or white. Whoever takes those seats, unless we're intentional about dismantling white supremacy, you're going to continue to operate in white supremacist ways. I mean, I asked several members of this committee to raise the racial equity questions. Mr. Director, I want to know why your equity officer is not here presenting as part of this report. Every city department is supposed to have an equity officer. The conditions, I mean, what somebody said subhuman, the conditions that we've heard described over and over and over again, they sound like sharecropping conditions. This is racism. It's alive and well in city government, even with a black mayor. Now, I have come before this council many times and asked why the department heads don't look like this city. And even in the presentation of the executive team here this evening, the executive team is not reflective of the rank and file of DPW, all these black frontline workers that we saw here. I need y'all to stop dancing around the racial justice, the equity questions, because the discrimination that we reported several years ago that we're made aware of by Sister Bats, we're hearing that all over again. And it's not just in solid waste. It's across this department and it's across the government. We have had for too long a dysfunctional Office of Equity and Civil Rights. I heard the councilman say we need an ombudsman. OECR is supposed to be an independent, not a political, an independent agency that does just what you said. And each agency of city government is supposed to have an equity officer who trains and coordinates with OECR. And yet you all, in the face of what is clearly an equity issue, don't even have any commentary from your equity officer, wondering if you even have someone, wondering if you ever even talk to them. The hour is late. I think I've made a few relevant points. The last thing I want to say is that in partnership with the workers at DPW, with our partners in labor, we are going to be seeking federal intervention at the Department of Public Works from multiple federal agencies, because these issues have been going on for years. I don't know how you came in and did an assessment, like 5 months, you didn't visit one shop and see there's no toilet paper? I mean, do we have to ask if the women's restrooms have menstrual products? I mean, what century are we living in? I was at the World Trade Center down the street, and it said that when the Civil War broke out and the Union troops were coming through Baltimore, a mob attacked them. In other words, the Confederates, the racists who occupied Baltimore, the same reason why we didn't have control of our police department for so long. Like, guys, what are we doing here? We want racism to perpetuate in Baltimore? Are we afraid to say what it is? Are we afraid to take proactive measures? I mean, I know you're a good guy, But I need you to be courageous. I need you to tell the city solicitor's office, if you start from an anti-labor framework, no matter how smart these anti-labor people are, everything is going to be tinged with an anti-labor lens. I mean, that's obvious. And for you to work in the city solicitor's office and to continue to maintain, you know, this is the problem with council members, this is the problem with the city solicitor's office. They're much more interested in maintaining the status quo than they are in actually using the power of their office and their legal intellect to create a dynamic that is just and equitable for all people in Baltimore. God bless Baltimore. God bless the Ronald Silver family. God bless the men and women who work in DPW, and God give us all the courage to confront the issues that are sitting right in our face so that no more people have to be injured or die. Good evening.
Thank you. Linda Betts.
Good evening, everyone. I am Linda Batts, and I certainly, as Kobe Little indicated, echo the sentiments of solemnity for the family of Ronald Silver and all of the other persons who have worked for DPW or continue to work for DPW and have to deal with abhorrent and intolerable leadership and working conditions. I'm a highly decorated, retired human resources and civil rights executive, having had 31 years of experience across 8 leading agencies in the federal government. I'm proud of my qualifications and my aptitude, but more important, I'm proud of my integrity. I had the opportunity to work with the Department of Public Works for 2 years, from 2019 to 2021. I was recruited by DPW's former director, Rudy Chow, to establish the first ever program for equity and environmental justice in DPW, perhaps as a result of my advocacy around the presence of hexavalent chromium with the Ashburton Tank Project. I know you're familiar with that. I know you're probably also familiar with the requirement that the Environmental Protection Agency has levied on the Department of Public Works to provide cleanup for sewage during wet weather and dry weather conditions. That shouldn't have been a requirement that the feds had to come and issue for the Department of Public Works, because during my tenure as equity director for the Department of Public Works, I made that recommendation in 2020, published it, and requested that the Department of Public Works be consistent in terms of servicing the poor and underserved communities just as they did the communities that were affluent, and to take extra measures to deal with these offsets and public health issues when they are needed. But I'm going to migrate over into the world of human resources and equity and equal employment opportunity. And my testimony here today is straightforward. In 2019, DPW had the opportunity, in fact, the obligation to implement ongoing reforms across all programs and activities as a result of the death of Trina Cunningham. What lessons did DPW learn from the Maryland State Safety and Health Report? Did that report even matter? Because if it did matter, we wouldn't be having these conversations here today, because rigorous standards that were enforced and understood across the board by all employees, especially the managers and supervisors, would have created a climate where safety and equity were paramount in terms of the terms and conditions of employment. DPW reports to an executive who sits on the mayor's staff, who is responsible for their accountability. Who is that individual, and how have they documented DPW's performance and compliance with safety and work-life responsibilities? City Council had every opportunity in 2020 to investigate DPW's actions as a result of Trina Cunningham's death to ensure compliance and improvements in the workplace. Was this done? And what were the documented results? DPW has had numerous opportunities, including during COVID, to address the environmental threats faced by its high-risk employees. I know because I made them aware of the equal employment opportunity requirements to ensure the safety of those employees who had respiratory and other problems, and to ensure that the facilities were safe and clean and healthy. Whatever happened with those requirements and the implementation of those? I even ask a more fundamental question as I look at the constitution of this assembly here today. Where's the health department? Where's general services? Why is there a silo of responsibility in terms of the work and the management of DPW's buildings and assets instead of a team effort? Where's the Office of Equity and Civil Rights, as Kobe Little so aptly pointed out, and Doc Cheatham and others would echo? If I were with the Department of Public Works, I'd be sitting here front and center, being accountable to the public. But the fact of the matter is that during my tenure with the City of Baltimore, I attempted to be accountable. I listened to the complaints from the DPW solid waste workers, from the DPW workers in water and wastewater, and I tried to implement reforms with respect to compensation, with respect to terms and conditions of employment, with respect to the mismanaged promotion process, with respect to the mismanaged appraisal process. And all I was met with was resistance and retaliation, resistance and defiance, labeled and branded, and ultimately told that in the face of the many recommendations that I had made and the many employees with whom I had spoke, who had brought to me their confidential concerns, trusting me as an independent source of assistance and help, I was told that my services were no longer needed. Much like Dr. King in Memphis in 1968, 56 years later, here in Baltimore City, with one of the richest municipal budgets in America, we're still facing issues that warrant prompt oversight and effective and immediate corrective action. We even treat our pets better than we treat our DPW employees. You hear on the news about keeping your pets hydrated and cool and calling 311 if you see any instances where they're violated. Do you hear any such advisories for the employees of the Department of Public Works? We put pets above people in Baltimore City. We've heard from the Inspector General about the hostile work environment, and I know that to be true because I pointed out, sir, time and time again about the racist, discriminatory, and colonial practices, both in water and wastewater and solid waste, and attempted to resolve many of these sensitive pay issues, terms and conditions of employment issues, harassment issues, bullying issues, only to be told that my services were no longer needed. Your recommendation that employees who have complaints talk to personnel or human resources is like telling the mouse to talk to the cat about getting improvements in their quality of life. There is an inherent and implicit ineptitude in the Office of Human Resources and the management team that supports these prolific and ongoing violations of personnel policies and procedures and civil rights that have been condoned and maintained by the Department of Public Works. Instead of dealing with and holding your personnel accountable folks are shifted around. They're shifted around, shuffled, and rewarded. Look at the pay grades for your senior management team and look at the accomplishments that accompany and justify those pay grades. There will be a bridge. There will be a chasm. Pay is not based on performance, it's based on relationship. And all of those injustices that have been addressed heretofore, and I am speaking to the issues of equity, disparate treatment, sensitive discrimination issues, harassment, retaliation, and all of that. The interference with the work of EEO professionals and third-party professionals must stop. We can't keep paying for contractors to come in and rubber stamp the decisions that we think we've already made. People want to have systems led by people who are confident, have the integrity and the wisdom and the knowledge to effect change. You don't have that on your senior management team. And if you do, I'd like for you to go back and look at their performance appraisals for the past 3 years and see where they have been held accountable for the quality of work life for the solid waste workers and the workers in water and wastewater. See how they have been held accountable or whether they've been rewarded. And the answer is it's been ignored. Performance appraisals are pro forma and matter of fact in DPW, and that needs to stop. Listen, I'm not going to stay here and talk about the good old boy network that exists in DPW that is carried out by people who are of the same color of me. Discrimination is no longer white against black. It's black against black. And many of these blacks are used as engines and tools to maintain the status quo. And many of you know about it. I know about it. And it needs to stop and change. I was honored when I came into DPW to have had numerous conversations with the men and women of solid waste. And one of my first responsibilities, one of my first welcomed obligations was to develop a video honoring the work of the men and women of solid waste and connecting that with the legacy that Dr. King stood for, fought for, and died for. And I was pleased to put out that video. Have you seen that video, sir? Have you seen the video? I would encourage you, and I will make that available to you, for you to take a look at that video, because that was the beginning of my opportunity to try to create institutional and cultural reform within the Department of Public Works to restore confidence between employees and management in terms of problem solving. We will not solve any problems. We will not change the culture of DPW if we continue to kick this can down the road and have hearings without reform, to have hearings without accountability, to have hearings without leadership change. I encourage all of you to not only listen to the union and listen to the voices of civil rights, but to engage everyone. Don't close the door on the opportunities for solutions. Work with Clarence Thomas, work with Kobe Little, work with Doc Cheatham, work with Linda Batts to provide the kind of changes that will make for a Department of Public Works where people have the confidence and the trust in terms of delivering essential services for the men and women of Baltimore. And that includes accountability, that includes greater third-party oversight, and independent persons to come in and solve problems. But that also includes prompt corrective and curative action for all of those men and women who their malaise and their disregard for their leadership responsibilities have brought us to this point today. I thank you for the opportunity to address this forum and look forward to having a conversation with any and all of you who are looking for real leadership, real courageous leadership to help change the culture of the city of Baltimore. I did it during 9/11 with the establishment of the Department of Homeland Security and the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. And if I did it with the government then, I can do it with the little DPW now. Thank you.
Jason Rodriguez.
Good evening, committee chair, chair members, the city council, and to the citizens of Baltimore City. And it's truly hard for me to come after my colleague came up and just gave just such a powerful testimony of her work for the city of Baltimore. And I just want to thank her for that work. I want to start off first by giving my heart and my prayers to the family of Ronald Silver II. I am here for them, and I'm here for all the DPW workers. If needed, allow me to be a soldier for you. May God continue to provide healing during your time of bereavement to the Silver family. I want to just let folks know who I am. My name is Jason Rodriguez. I am a proclaimed community abolitionist. I'm trying to liberate my community from systematic and systemic institutional racism. And I'm also the chief engineer at Radio 1 Baltimore. I'm also the producer and co-host with three amazing ladies of the community. Miss Linda Batts is one of those hosts, as well as Mary Hughes, as well as Crystal Jackson Parker, are all hosts of our show, Patrick Henderson's Meet the People, which comes on every Monday from 11:30 to 1 p.m. What's interesting is that back in 2010, I was falsely arrested, falsely imprisoned, and in the process of trying to reclaim my life, I accepted a PBJ from the state, which I was assigned 500 hours of community service. At that time, I was assigned to Rebirth Avenue, where I actually became a trash man. I actually rode on the back of a truck for almost 8 months, 8 hours once a week, sometimes twice a week, through all types of weather. At that time, what I noticed, there was a culture that was there. I constantly got into issues with the management there. I constantly watched as workers were belittled by management at Rebirth Avenue. And I constantly, because I really didn't care, because I was under probation, under the system, under public safety, and there really was no retaliation. I wasn't worried about being fired. And I really felt that the job should have been a protected position. There's no way that a citizen, an average citizen, should be on a good union paying job that should be protected, not just some average person getting on a truck. And I had no insurance, no pension, no nothing. Anything could happen if I fell off the back of the truck. But I learned to respect what the men and women of DPW did every day. Not only did I learn to respect, I want to apologize to the citizen whose trash can I improperly placed back, who called and complained on me in the process. But I realize now that our DPW workers who wear that shield, who wear that crest of the city, have a responsibility and a duty to the city to be respectful, regardless if there's a gun pointed in their face, regardless if a citizen is upset or angry, they still have to be respectful because they represent our city. But I want folks to understand that at the time that I was doing that work, I was seeing the culture within. I was seeing how these men and women were being treated. I then, shortly after, ended up being invited to be a co-host on Patrick Henderson's Meet the People radio show, where for almost 14 years, we have been talking about DPW issues, especially with folks from the community like Brother Bubby, who used to call on a regular basis and talk about conditions at housing, for the workers of housing and maintenance, the workers at the school system, and the workers at DPW and the water department. I actually did an investigation in reference to the water department to where they were padding the payroll and the supervisors were going around collecting money. And a gentleman by the name of Calvin Bay actually sued the city because he lost his job because he was a whistleblower who told about the padding of the payroll and the corruption and the retaliatory behavior that was going on at the water department. So we've been having these conversations for easily over a decade in reference to the conditions of what's been going on with our workers in our city. What's interesting is that you've heard several folks come up here and testify as to their experiences with BPW. One of those gentlemen, who we are calling Baltimore's hero, who came to us to have a conversation on our radio program, Mr. Stancil McNair, told us how he was almost in the situation of Mr. Silver. How when he had a medical condition and he had a stroke on the job, how he called his supervisor to tell his supervisor that he didn't feel well, that something was wrong, and the supervisor told him to continue with his work. He then called the ambulance himself, and as soon as the ambulance came, they identified that he had a stroke, and they quickly took him off to the hospital. Mr. McNair could have been Mr. Silver. What's interesting is that we were talking about this 3 weeks before Mr. Silver's death on our radio program. And we even sent letters and encouraged the community to send letters of concerns about the conditions and about the safety and about the inhumane conditions for our workers in our especially the Bureau of Solid Waste. We were pushing the community to reach out and to get in contact with the city council members. And something that we would never had expected several weeks after having this conversation and trying to bring awareness to the conditions of what was going on, and also interviewing Isabel Cumming in reference to what had took place and her investigation of visiting all the particular DPW sites. After all that we were trying to do, we were trying to prevent a situation like Mr. Silver from happening. Then, when everything took place and Mr. Silver's life was lost, what we later on found out was that there was going to be a safety meeting, and that trash was going to be suspended for that particular day, and that the site at, I believe it was Bowley's Lane, as well as Rebird, the workers were to report to get a safety training. This was what was informed to us by the media to the public. We later on found out that it was House of Roof that came out, that it was more of a trauma response and it wasn't a safety response. And in some cases, the workers felt offended and felt that this was not what they asked for. They weren't asking for grievance help. They were hoping that in some cases, DPW would have been serious about the safety that was incorrect, that the safety issues that were going on within DPW, and would have had folks come around and talk about safety, maybe life-saving skill sets to give to them, CPR, maybe teaching them about identifying heat strokes, signs of heat strokes, how to maybe create a peer system and make sure that you're checking up on your fellow coworker just to make sure that he's okay, especially on the heat days, on the zone red days. But that's not what happened. Instead, they got conflict or some sort of trauma response to them, and that's not what they had asked for. And in many cases, many of the workers have told us that really and truly this is too little too late, because for years they have been reporting these issues. And I want to say something, the union is not without culpability, because for years I have personally brought this issue up, but there's somebody that cannot answer for this now. There's a former president that cannot answer for this now, for what I understand, may not be able to come and testify to the history and the culture of this, and how the workers have been reporting for years these particular conditions at both of these facilities for years, and that I personally have had conversations with former presidents. Now, I'm hoping that the new president takes heed that the members have an issue with the union. They do not want to be represented. A lot of the members that I've spoken to do not want to be represented by this union. They feel that this union has failed them, that this union has not fought for them, that the union, knowing the history, could have helped to prevent Mr. Silver's death. The city is not without culpability, because many members here, there are some members here that have been here more than a decade or more, or close to more, that have served on this council, that knew of the conditions, that have heard of the conditions, that have heard of the situations in all of our agencies, Water Department, DPW, Solid Waste, and all of the other institutions. You have heard of these concerns and did absolutely nothing about it. And then the citizens are not without culpability either, Because in many cases, when I've talked to citizens, we don't have a respect for our DPW workers. And in some cases, we do things that hurts them on the job, that injures them on the job, putting too much trash out, not putting the authorized trash can out. I had an argument with a citizen, literally, over the green can that the city issues. They want to put their own cans out there that makes it hard for the workers to do their job. So in some cases, there needs to be a public education. There needs to be a public education to inform the citizens of their responsibility to our DPW workers. We cannot be doing things that put them at risk, especially now with these units that are being broken up into multiple units. You now have more trash being put out at some locations, and it should be deemed commercial, but we're not enforcing. And then what we're doing is that these workers are getting hurt in the process on the job, because what happens is they get the phone call, and we've just heard just recently just a similar scenario. They get the phone call from their supervisor that tells them to go back out and pick up that trash. Most likely that came from somebody, whether it was a city council member, where a citizen had called a city council member asking for the trash to be picked up, or whether or not the mayor got a complaint, or somebody got a complaint that then turned around and ended up being enforced by the workers. And in many cases, what I found was that the citizen was absolutely wrong in the process. But again, the DP workers, just wanting to do their job and serve the city, continues to go out there and do the job, even though they know the policies are being broken. They know that what's in their arbitrary agreement inside their contract is being broken. They still go out there and do the job for us every day. We also heard about pay differences. When I did my investigation as an investigative journalist, I found that throughout the country, workers are being paid way more and are given way more benefits than what our current DPWs are getting. And in some cases, our benefits don't match up to the environment of our workers. And now I give all commendations to the superintendent, Morehouse graduate, HBCU graduate. God bless you, sir. But we know the culture, the true culture of DPW, how it's one of the only institutions that you can come straight out of jail, serving your time, come in, and in some cases, dealing with an addiction, trauma, or everything else that you may have going on in your lifestyle. And you may come to that job and get that job. And the benefits, for instance, one of the particular benefits is tuition reimbursement. Well, how are you going to take advantage of college tuition reimbursement when you can't read, you can't write, you can't comprehend? In some cases, what you need is GED, high school diploma, reading classes, trauma, therapy, mental health evaluations. These are the things, because in some cases, when you first come home from prison and you haven't been properly deinstitutionalized, and then you come into another culture and another institution, and you start to work for that institution, you start to deal with the issues that you've had coming out of incarceration. So I'm only wondering how many folks have gone through that cycle and have never gotten help. And the city has never identified that these workers could be greatly supported by providing these additional services that not only strengthens them, but helps them to be able to do the job. Because if your mind's not right, your body's not right. You can't physically do a grueling physical job if your mind is not right. If you have substances in your body, and we know this for a fact because we've had DPW workers that were killed in drug buys, So this is not something that I'm making up. We know there's a culture there. And then the culture of retaliation is another issue. The bullying, the retaliatory behavior. What I'm asking for, in some cases, for our new director, our acting director, that you should be looking retroactively at firing any supervisor or anyone that has committed these acts. There's no way that they should be on this job. Whoever was responsible for telling Mr. McNair that he is to get back on that job when he was having a stroke on the job should be fired. I don't care if it was 3 years, 4 years, 5 years ago. He should be fired, or she should be fired. How many workers have been hurt by this culture? That needs to be understood. We know about some deaths, but I keep hearing from, speaking to Mr. McNair and several other workers, of workers that have been permanently hurt by the job because they've been pushed, they've been forced, and they've been scared, in many cases, not to do what was asked of them because of their supervisor and the retaliatory behavior of their supervisor? How many workers have been hurt in the process? And then I hate to be, I'm not going to come and tell you that I see hope in this. Unfortunately, a lot of these hearings end up being dog and pony shows. This city does not have the money. Let's be truthful. Let's just put it out there the way that it is. 2026 fiscal year, there are some bills that are going to come up. We have Kerwin obligations. We have the bridge that's an obligation. We have so many other priorities in this city. I don't know where you're going to find the money at. So right now we're pontificating. Right now we're willing to say anything to make sure that in some cases we make sure that folks feel like we are doing something. But at the end of the day, if we don't have the financial means and we've continued to kick the can financially down the road in reference to the upkeep of our facilities, which should be in our master plan for our city, there's no reason why these facilities should look the way that they look. There's no way. Because if you continue to plan accordingly, you continue to improve and you continue to add more amenities so that you keep your workers safe, you keep them, being able to do the job and the task at hand, and you don't run into, now we're trying to figure out what to do. How do we fix this? We don't have to worry about that. So we haven't planned accordingly. That means that we really haven't taken consideration of these workers. That means that we really didn't value these workers. And I know one thing, that I can live without my city council member, and there's been times where I've sent messages to each and every council member asking for a response just on whatever the issue at hand was. Somebody's death, the mass shootings, whatever have you. And half the time I don't hear from you. And I'm glad that Antonio Glover was one of the first ones to reach out to me, and we had a conversation. I had no idea he was a DPW worker. And we had a conversation for hours in reference to his life as a DPW, as a trash man. But we don't have the money to fix this issue. We've given out money and tips and all kinds of things in the process. Can we go to Michael Beasley and get some money? Can we go to the Pakarakis family and get some money to fix these facilities? Can we go to the David Brammells and the Sagamores, the people that we've given all of our tax breaks to? Can we go to them and ask them to help us with our facilities? Because at the end of the day, that's where billions of dollars have gone that we will not recoup for right now. And in some cases, because we're dealing with, there's been times of stagnation, inflation, we're dealing with, a possible recession, they keep saying. There's a possibility, like I said, that we're not gonna be able to take care of our workers like we're supposed to, because financially, we are running into issues. So I'm gonna end on this. We had asked several times when the COVID first hit, that we should have been using federal money, and in some cases, we have asked for American Rescue Act money to go to our DPWs, to go to our DPW workers. They were being neglected back in COVID. They were getting sick on the job. And then back then, it was 5 days. 5 days you had to be on quarantine. Many of the DPW workers had to use their PTO, their sick time, their personal time, their vacation time. They had to use it all up. And then after they used that up, and if they happen to be exposed with somebody at the job, because again, they weren't getting PPE equipment, the trucks weren't being sanitized properly, they were being exposed to a risk, and they were told they're essential workers while everybody else was shut down, they had to come to work. And because they came to work, they put themselves and their families at risk. And what did we do instead? We told them, take up all your time. And we gave them no other means to take care of themselves when they had to go on quarantine for 5 days and they've exhausted all their PTO, their vacation time, and their sick time. How does that tell you that we care about you workers for being an essential worker and being out there during these times, during a pandemic time, during a crisis? That didn't tell them that we appreciate them. And we kept asking at the time on our radio program, and we sent letters to the council. We asked several times to increase their pay because they are essential workers. They didn't do that. They didn't do that. So you didn't supply them with supplies. You didn't give them an increase in pay because they were essential workers. And on top of everything else, you turned around and didn't take care of them when they got sick on the job. So, like I said, I can deal without my city council member. You guys don't contact me for weeks and months at a time. But one thing I can't do without is my trash man. is my trash man, because I can't go a day without my trash being picked up. So I want to thank the DPW workers for serving our city. I want to thank the Silver family for allowing Mr. Silver to be a part of the culture of our DPW workers and to be a part of serving our city. Thank you for lending us to him. And I ask, don't let his death go in vain. Do not let Mr. Silver's death go in vain. Because if you do, I'm encouraging the workers to strike. They should strike. And even though it may be against their contract from striking, I'm telling you that the citizens are willing to stand on the line with them and block any scab from going into Rebird, Bowlees, wherever else. We will stand on that line and we will defend that line for those workers. Because at the end of the day, we all we got, we all we need. And again, without them, the city would be truly trash. So with that, I bid y'all adieu. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
Please do better by our DPW workers, especially to our directors. Thank you.
Next up, Sonia Portnoy Lemon.
Hello, I'm here as a member of the public and as an early childhood educator. I bring that up not to tell you more about myself because it's simply not relevant, but because having known over the course of my career hundreds at this point of 2, 3, and 4-year-olds, I know who their heroes are. I know who, if you ask them, are the most important people in the city. And that is the people who collect the trash. That is the sanitation workers. Those are their heroes. And they're right. And at some point in people's lives, they trick us. They teach us to hold other people in higher esteem than the people who really make society run, than the people who protect our public health, which is what sanitation work does. It protects our public health. Any 2, 3, or 4-year-old could tell you these should be the best treated, highest paid people because they do the work that society cannot function without. And yet, here we are, after what sounds like years and years and years of lots of people with lots of power knowing about these problems. And I will say, I didn't know the extent of these problems. I knew if you had asked me, I would say, yeah, I'm gonna guess probably our sanitation workers should be treated better because I understand about conditions of workers. I would say certainly they need to be paid better. But I didn't know about this. And I am going to bring everything that I heard here tonight to everybody I know. And I'm gonna let them know what we have heard from the workers, what we have heard has been going on for years. And it's tragic that right now this is happening because of an avoidable death. But I am here promising, just as a member of the public, to stand with the heroes of the children who've been in my classrooms, with the people who make our society function, with the workers, with the trash collectors, with all of the DPW and sanitation workers. And I'm gonna tell everyone everything that I know, everything I heard here tonight, and we are going to be able, sorry, I'm not a great public speaker, but we are gonna support in any way we can. Thank you.
Colleen Davidson. Colleen Davidson. Carrington Scott.
Oh boy, okay. Good evening, everyone. I wrote all this like on my way here, so it's gonna be a lot, not a lot, but all over the place, and I'm a little emotional, so bear with me, please. I don't know exactly where to start. Actually, yeah. I find this quote from Inspector General Cumming very disheartening. It has not changed. It has only gotten worse since 2019. I know firsthand, I was there. That's the quote. It has only gotten worse. How does that happen? Workers for years at these facilities did not have access to air conditioning, water, and other basic necessities, and now we hear that it's only gotten worse. For 5 years, since 2019, the city has sat complicit in this decline. And now after the death of Ronald Silver II, finally wants to implement the bare minimum in an attempt to save face and get out ahead of the repercussions that they know have been a long time coming. There's no more room for empty words, only action. On all levels of government, workers' rights have been besieged and stripped away by those in positions of power so far detached from the actual work on the ground. The only breaks on this assault come when a man lays dead, and by then it's too late. If we cannot trust city officials to keep our parents, siblings, or children safe, then we must look to each other, look to our own communities, and keep each other safe and protected from those looking to exploit us. The U.S. Department of Justice defines murder as the unlawful killing of a human being with malice. The city knew of the appalling conditions that plagued DPW facilities for years, yet here we are. That seems pretty malicious. The inaction of the government in regards to DPW workers and all city workers in general is disheartening. I didn't know much, just like other people of the public here, I didn't know much regarding the actual terrible conditions of DPW workers. Funny, not funny, but sad story. On my way here, talking to coworkers of mine, we got into a conversation about DPW conditions during COVID, and they enlightened me on the plight of DPW workers during COVID and how, as we heard here today, they would go home sick to their families, they would catch sickness, they weren't provided masks, and all this stuff. I'm kind of gonna wrap up there because that's all I really wrote, and I don't want to get to rambling, but it just seems like it seems really hard to track how these problems can go on for years. Photos can be taken, investigations can be launched since dating back to 2019, but that would indicate that those problems would have had to existed before 2019 for someone to want to take photos, meaning that they existed longer and yet sat and no one did anything, which if we follow that cycle means that they sat and sat and sat. Thank you.
Okay, Sharon Black.
Thank you to the City Council and to this hearing. My name is Sharon Black. I'm representing the Unemployed Workers Union and also the People's Power Assembly. And I'm also a healthcare worker. And I mentioned the healthcare worker part of it because I think one of the important things to mention, and I think that Jason said it very well, though he said it in a different way, is that all the doctors in the world couldn't solve the problem of diseases if we didn't have the sanitation workers. And I think that's an important thing to remember when we devalue them. And when I hear at this hearing that there are workers in this city that are making less throughout the country in terms of sanitation workers. So I think that's an important message to get through to people, that our sanitation workers are worth as much as doctors at Johns Hopkins in terms of saving the city from health disaster. I wrote a couple things because I wanted to really be brief. I'm used to going to hearings where you have 3 minutes, so I wanted to go into a couple things. But you know, you sit here and you get so moved and at the same time so angry that you can't help but, kind of go off script from what you're saying. And I think there's 2 major issues here. One is, of course, around the sanitation workers, and I've already explained that. And I'm sitting here hearing this, and when I heard Solicitor Thomas respond to Councilman Cohen, I actually was shocked. And I don't get shocked too easily, because I expected maybe it would be spun a little bit, after hearing all this testimony, that maybe they say they'll rethink this I wouldn't say union, I'd say anti-worker firm for analyzing the situation. I thought they were going to say that we'll think about it, even if they turned around after this hearing and they didn't do it. But he didn't do it. Instead, he talked about, okay, we're stuck with, we're going to keep this firm, and it's really an anti-union firm. I was going to read from the banner, but I don't want to take that long because it's very, very accurate. They're going to keep the firm, but yeah, we'll listen to some of the workers' concerns. So I just had to say that, and that's a little off script. I think that there is I wouldn't say opportunity, that's a terrible word to say, but maybe a challenge that's been handed to us. And the challenge, I think, is to bring something out of this terrible tragedy and crisis. And maybe tragedy is not the right word, because a tragedy is something, that is different from something that, as Carrington just said, premeditated, could have been prevented. But something good could come out of this. So our proposal really is, and basically we were going to launch the full wording of it, and we'll certainly send it to the council. And this is an important thing to remind people of, that on August the 28th, which is 1963, the commemoration of the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. It's interesting that that anniversary is coming up so quickly in this month. We want to launch really a Ronald Silver II Heat Illness and Fatality Prevention Act in the state of Maryland, not just in Baltimore City, though we could lead that. And it really patterned off of, and I think many of the people, especially in the labor movement, are aware of this, that the farm workers have been advocating for many years a national heat stress standard called the Association Vadil Heat Illness and Fatality Prevention Act. I apologize for pronouncing that wrong, Councilman Ramos. I know I did. But we have the possibility of leading the nation, not just in Baltimore City, but in the state of Maryland. This was an act that the Farm Workers Union was pushing for OSHA to change. And the fact is, and I think everybody's aware of this, that the climate crisis isn't going away. It's going to get worse. Next summer, expect it to be worse. As far as I know, and the numbers might have already went up, there's already 14 people who've died in the state of Maryland. So as an organization, and we will be mobilizing people and promise, just as many of the other community representatives promised, we'll do everything. I know many of you know that many of the young people that have been out here opposing war in Gaza and everywhere, they're ready to do things around this workers' crisis, and they will do it. And so, we need to build a movement in this state that can change the trajectory of this. We don't need to become like Florida and Texas. And some of the stuff I hear, we're like Florida and Texas, and we just don't want to admit it. So I'm just going to end with saying that we will send out to the council and to other community organizations by August 28th, the proposal. Now, we don't have the solution in our proposal for everything, and we need partners in the unions, whether it's the City Union of Baltimore, or whether it's AFSCME, or whether it's Courtney Jenkins and the state AFL-CIO. We realize that we're just one community group lending our voice, but we do intend to put forward a proposal on this. And I think I'll end with that. And Doc Cheatham has not announced that on the 28th, they are planning a rally. We'll be there. We'll be doing other things. There's a lot of things that are happening. And I also want to announce that, and end with this really, because I was so glad that the City Union of Baltimore mentioned contract workers to include them. And just end by saying, look, it's not just the union workers. Whatever happens with the union workers happens with workers everywhere. As a former Amazon worker, they don't have a union right now, but there's a heat problem there. There's a heat problem even in McDonald's. There's a heat problem in contract work all over the city, people doing jobs in the streets right now. I see it every day when I ride around Baltimore. So this issue goes beyond just even our organized sisters, brothers, and siblings. It involves workers everywhere. So you'll be hearing more from us. And I know I wanted to say this, so much sympathy. What I feel really moved about is that this sanitation worker who died probably picked up my garbage, because I'm in the same district as Councilperson Ramos, and I live close to where this actually occurred. And when I saw it, it just killed us, because I know during COVID, our organization was down on the front lines, talking to workers, handing out water, not during the heat wave, but during COVID, and concerned about this. And I know we had a plan, and we marched out front of here, City Hall. So expect us to see us again. And thank you for the opportunity. And again, on August 28th, we'll be announcing at least our proposal for an act in the name. Thank you.
Andrew Mayton.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. In the Philippines, when we want to honor somebody who's passed, we use the word mabuhay. It's similar to long live or similar to still present today. So, just like to say, for Ronald Silver, mabuhay. My name is Andrew Mayton with the People's Power Assembly. I spent a good 7 years of my life as a union representative for public sector workers. And I came out of that with two important lessons. One is that the workers are always fighting for better conditions. Whether we see it as an organized activity, whether the public hears of it in a news report, the workers are fighting. And whether it falls on deaf ears, whether they are unable to get together and unite around an action that they want to take for better conditions, it happens no matter what. The other second lesson is that management is management is management. And I mean, it's even happening in this room. I mean, I almost feel bad for you guys who are sort of just, it's the chosen scapegoat for this issue. And although you may not necessarily be helping your case, but that's another thing. I mean, you might be the top brass of the DPW, but City Council's the top brass of the top brass. And I say with all due respect, you're not the same as billionaires who run the White House, but we can't forget that there's a big responsibility of City Council to have been miles ahead of Ronald Silver and his tragic passing. But like I said, there's not an opportunity, but a challenge. City officials, state officials, all employers in Maryland really have this opportunity to genuinely act in the long-term interests of workers. They can use the whole of government, all of government machinery, to implement and guarantee workplace standards of health and safety. But they don't need to stop there. Because if we can agree that it's better when workers are heard and their concerns resolved, then we would agree that we can use all legislative and government levers to remove all barriers to union participation. Enforce stricter penalties for bosses who retaliate against union activity, develop city and state policy in conjunction with the unions, which I understand happens, but it shouldn't be such a fight every time. And actually, simple things that city officials, state officials can agree to in contract negotiations, more release time for union members so that they can attend union trainings where they can better understand their rights. And if they better understand their rights on the job, then they are less afraid to raise these critical issues to management. And if all goes well, they won't be retaliated against. we don't even have to stop there. We tend not to think of the economy this way, but the economy is a health and safety concern. It is a public health concern. That more and more people need several jobs to make ends meet is a health and safety concern. City and state officials have this opportunity to pass wage hikes, price freezes on essential goods, to impose stricter penalties on wage theft and price gouging. And actually, another thing is to put more barriers in the way of privatization. We know that, the public sector exists to provide public goods. Trying to privatize these services deregulates, it removes anything that unions have won to protect workers in these work sites. It should be a major concern of, everybody in government. Finally, this is another opportunity for City Council. I wanted to mention a campaign initiated by the People's Power Assembly, where we are asking city and state officials to hold a hearing similar to this for the workers at Amazon. Despite what their PR campaign may have you believe, they're still in sweatshop conditions in most of their locations. And unfortunately, what both Baltimore City and Amazon have in common is their investments in an apartheid government. I was walking over to the elevator in this building, and there's a display talking about the Baltimore City fight against South African apartheid. This same body passed a bill disinvesting Baltimore City pensions from a South African firm. They can do the same, you can do the same thing again, but this is the apartheid government of Israel instead. But Amazon also has an opportunity to change that. They have significant investment in a project called Project Nimbus, which is a software platform that enables the apartheid government to repress, surveil, and commit war crimes. And I pose this question: what health and safety measures could the city have funded instead of supporting an apartheid state? And that is why we are raising the demand to Amazon: invest in workers, not in genocide. The People's Power Assembly will be holding a demonstration on Monday, September 2nd at 2 p.m. in front of this very building. We are developing a program of demands in conjunction with Amazon workers, but here are a few of them. Raise the starting pay to $25 an hour and raise all workers' pay proportionally. Implement full-time benefits for workers of all status, and shut down Project Nimbus, the software that contributes to the apartheid Israel, the ability of apartheid Israel to commit war crimes. Find me for a flyer, find out how you can get involved. And again, to Ronald Silver and his family, Mabub Hai. Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify this evening? If you'd like to testify, please step forward now. Last call. All right, well, thank you everybody for joining us this evening. I want to thank you, Director, for again, quickly responding to our request for this hearing and for bringing your team out and the information you provided. Thank you to the unions and the workers and everybody else who joined us this evening. This bill will not be voted out. It will simply be put in recess so we can have future hearings on the same topic. Thank you.